What's up, what's up, what's up, y'all? Who do I hang out with tonight?
Hey! Hey, what's up?
Yes! This series always has such crazy plot twists. When the main girl's best friend betrayed her, I was like, what? Being backstabbed by the one person you trusted most is just horrible. What would you do if that happened to you? That's awfully admirable.
I'm wearing
You sound just
stuff.
like the main character. To be honest, there was once a girl I was close to who suddenly started avoiding me.
Dun dun dun!
It wasn't a full-blown betrayal or anything, but I was so hurt by that. It's hard to forgive and forget.
Don't put your mouth hand on my mouth. That's disgusting. That's from Freddy's box.
How do you know?
Oh shoot, it's
Cause
starting.
I know the game
So
too.
fast-paced, we really need to pay attention.
Can you watch it a lot? Play it with me.
Oh, no way! It's just
Can
gonna
people play?
end like that? Ugh,
I
it
play it
happens
on
every
the tablet.
time, but they're so good at leaving you hanging. I need to know how it
Can we
ends.
play it on mine?
Let's watch
You
more
do?
next time, okay?
What?
Freddy's?
Oh, if I...
I think we did. You had the first one. You're basically on a security camera.
Yeah.
Check the security camera. Make sure no keep up on you.
I played that game.
It's getting pretty late.
That's
We
the
better
only
head back to our
one I
room.
think I've played.
Give me water.
I will, Dad.
Morning.
What are you doing, Dad? Oh,
Check it out.
Wait, seriously?
wait, this is the one that had red team.
Hi.
Oh yeah. Have you been? It's a good idea if you want to shorten your runtime. You're less likely to injure yourself too. I was talking with Oz about putting it in the first year's practice routine, actually.
I...
Do you mind if we continue talking in the cafe? I'm a little hungry. Ow! You again.
Oh, man.
You know, it's dangerous to be running around a place like this. You're lucky it's just me, but what if you bumped into a scary man, huh? If you want to play, do it at your schoolyard.
We can't play there.
The 6th graders are always hogging everything by playing soccer. They said they'll move if we can beat them in a race, but we're only 4th graders. There's no way we could win. That's why we had to play tag here instead, Auntie Yuko.
I'll let the auntie slide this time, but only because I feel sorry for you. All right, come with me.
This field is so big. Wow, high school is amazing.
They said it's fine for us to use the schoolyard for a bit. Normally, you wouldn't be allowed in here. Understand? So don't touch anything you're not supposed to, and if something happens, let us know immediately. Can you promise that?
We promise.
Good. Then practice until the big hand on that clock reaches 12. And don't go inside the school building.
All right, let's do this.
Wait, come here for a second. You need to pump your arms more. And don't lift your legs so high, or you might pull a muscle. Come on, give it a try. You just gotta believe in yourself.
Woohoo! Check this out. Wow, Kenshan, you're so fast! Hey, big sis, you should be our coach.
Oh, I'm a real sucker when kids look at me that way. But I've never tried coaching before. What do you think I should do? Really think I should?
Come on, please. Please.
Well, it isn't a decision to make lightly. All right, I'll be your coach. But I'm not gonna go easy on you guys, and no one's allowed to quit halfway either. Got it?
Got it, Coach Hugo. Hey, is he gonna teach us too? Is he your boyfriend, Coach?
Never you mind about that. Now everyone, line up. I said I wouldn't go easy on you, didn't I? Think positive. If you think you're gonna lose, you will. Don't be afraid of them just because they're 6th graders.
That sounds hard, but okay.
Once they started calling me coach, I couldn't resist. Hey, I was wondering, would you maybe want to do this coaching thing together? I know I'm asking a lot, but I don't know much about racing. And plus, you're really athletic too. So if you'd coach them with me, I'd really appreciate it. I mean, why not, right? Please? Honestly, I don't think I can handle it on my own. Oh, thank goodness. I'm sure those kids will be happy too. Thanks. I know that I keep asking you for favors, but I'll make it up to you one day.
Welcome back.
Salut.
Yes.
Marvelous. I'm looking forward to it. I can sense a presence. I can sense a presence. Very well then.
Thanks, just so we have backup or anyone who could come to our aid in the event of an emergency. And don't forget what happened. I'll leave it up.
I'll do everything I... Leader!
Can I come in?
I don't know what to do.
you and your mom and your dad and your ball. And your job and your
Leader,
Coming.
Oh!
Tell me about myself. Where'd
Yeah.
you go?
Hello? Can I say
What?
something? Huh? What?
Why you gotta say that?
Get in. Just kidding. Ooh, super speed!
It's time to get to work.
are you watching your health and stamina?
Fucking
Remember
me,
not to
God.
push yourself too hard.
I want me to demon player.
Have you ever watched that?
Huh?
Have you ever watched that show?
What? You Slayer?
Jeez. Please don't do that. My microphone.
What?
My microphone's on.
What?
Don't forget you gotta take a shower.
Oh!
Really? Don't make me.
All right.
My dad smells like pee.
Really want me to tell him?
I'm just kidding. But really, my baby sister's dumb. No, did you hear that? My baby sister's dumb. What?
Maybe.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
My baby sister's dumb. You guys can hear me.
Time to analyze.
I'm wearing makeup.
What's my next move?
Oh no!
Good test of your strength. But don't get careless.
I'm you. Yeah. Guys, wanna hear me say? Oh,
Let's stay focused.
me at school.
Grab the controller.
You didn't get it from?
One step at a time.
Oh! I'm gonna get this and like a double.
I've got this.
They've been shocked. They're wide open.
Emotional damage.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time. Focus. Hit.
Oh!
One more. Yukari-chan knocked one down. Leader, go for it. They've been shocked. They're wide open.
What to do?
Oh, you did.
Principality.
One enemy eliminated.
Never mind.
This should be a good test of your strength. But don't get careless.
I'll go with it.
Valkyrie.
That about does it.
All right.
No shadows detected.
Went off without a hitch. Let's get going.
Now that our teeth.
Another day on the job.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little
This
more
will do
time.
the trick. Go for it! Penthesilea!
The enemy's frozen. Now's your chance.
I'll take care of this. Persona! We can't slow down now. Everyone, follow my lead. Knockout blow! This is over.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
That chest looks like it's.
Nicely done.
We heading up these stairs?
We gotta keep moving.
It's
There's a shadow.
Pay attention next time.
What's my next move? I'm ready. Persona! This is our chance. I'll slice you to pieces. There's no escape.
Don't you dare run.
It's over. A crushing victory.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight. Found the stairs. Wanna head up?
great.
I
A
won't
rare
miss my
enemy.
chance.
It'd be great if we can
I'll
defeat
hit
it.
them where it hurts. Persona! I missed.
Kirito-senpai knocked one enemy down.
Time to shift.
All right. I'll go with.
Principality!
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more
I'll
time.
take care of this. I'll do this! Damn, you're fast.
I have to do this.
Persona!
No way!
Never mind. What to do?
Principality!
Not that. I'll go with... Never mind.
Should I scan on this enemy? Analysis complete.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So kneel, don't disturb in a peace. Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you love.
What to do? Not that.
Take that!
I'm ready. Go for it. Confess Leia. Last one. Don't hold back.
One enemy defeated. Good going, Kirijo-senpai. All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
All right. Let's be on our way.
Think I finally...
There's a chest.
We could head back, but it's your call.
It's a treasure chest.
I think we've seen everything on this floor by now.
Gotcha. So what's the plan, leader? Found the stairs.
Powerful enemy spotted. Please.
Another day on the job.
Be careful.
I'll go with...
Principality! Nice one, leader.
2 enemies down.
What to do? Never mind. I'll go with. Come!
You struck a weakness.
I'm ready. Go for it. Confessor Leia! Yes, only 2 left.
One enemy eliminated.
The best bet would be. I've got this! Let's wrap this up!
Enemy eliminated.
Now's
Nice
the
one,
time.
Sonata-senpai.
Confront Persona!
Persona.
That's an enemy down.
You're on a roll!
I'll go with. Come! Didn't work.
I'm ready to strike. Let's go! Take that! One last touch!
What's gonna win this?
Go, Polydeuces!
You struck a weakness. What this one, Sonata-senpai?
Eo! Last one!
One enemy eliminated.
Were you trying to hit me?
You dodged it. That's our leader. Analysis complete.
What to do? Not that. Let's see. Principality!
What's the plan here? There we go!
Pierce!
Last one. Let's finish this. That about does it.
It's over.
No shadows detected.
Uh-huh, new skill, huh?
No.
Huh? picking up some signals of stronger shadows. I'll let you know when I pinpoint their location.
Not bad. I appreciate.
Keep your eyes peeled.
As expected, my abilities are much better suited for the front lines.
Another day on the job. The best bet would be. Holy deuces!
Good work,
I've been waiting for this! Everyone, follow my lead!
Don't you dare run!
All enemies defeated! Good work out there!
Alright.
A shadow. What will you do? Excellent. We have the advantage.
It's gonna win this.
Do it, Polydeuces!
Sonata knocked an enemy down!
You mind?
I'll take care of this. I'm ready. I'll show you!
Kirito-senpai knocked one enemy down!
May I?
All right.
You have a skill that can hit a
Never
weakness.
mind. I'll go with.
The enemy line! You're on a roll!
Get ready.
Now we'll finish you! Don't you dare run!
You're finished! Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
there's a treasure chest.
We've
Two
got the
enemies.
upper hand.
We have the
best
chance to
bet
hit
would
first.
be Holy Deuces!
Good work,
Now let's finish
Akihiko.
Everyone, follow my lead.
Shall I move to strike?
I'll go with.
One
Excellent.
enemy
What to
eliminated.
do?
All enemies defeated.
All right.
Good work out there.
I've learned a new skill.
That was a good workout.
There's a shadow. We've caught them by surprise.
It's now or never. I'll take care of this. Go, Polydeuces!
What's the plan here? I'll show no mercy.
Kirito-senpai, that was amazing! Two enemies!
I can handle it. Leave it to me.
I'm good to go.
It's your turn.
I got it.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
What to do? Not that.
Looks like you can target a weakness.
No tilted!
Her leader took one out.
Focus. Heck. One more. We can do it. Let's finish this with a bang. Here we go.
Better grip those teeth!
See ya.
Oh. Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Who knew you could buy weapons from the police station? But I guess that's a good thing for us.
Looks like someone's trapped in here.
Yes.
All right. That's right.
Yes.
Enemy spotted.
I won't miss my chance.
We have the chance to hit first.
The best bet would be. I've got this.
What's the plan here? Persona!
In this situation,
Persona!
no way!
What to do? Never mind.
Ow!
Will this work? Persona!
At might shall I move to strike? Here!
What next? Ew!
I'll go with.
Takemina Kata!
Nice one, leader.
This is your chance for an all-out attack.
Get ready.
Let me finish you!
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
We found the stairs. Let's go.
We gotta keep moving. There's a shadow.
There's no end to these shadows. That just means I'll always have a sparring partner.
Excellent. We have the advantage.
It's now. I'll take care of this. I've got this.
What's the plan here? I'll show no mercy.
Kirito-senpai, not one enemy down!
It's your turn.
All right.
They've been shot!
I'll
They're
go
wide
with.
open!
Chimera!
The
Excellent.
enemy lines!
Here we go.
Now to finish you!
You're finished!
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
We
It's
caught them by
dangerous.
surprise.
Stay on guard!
Feeling pretty good.
I haven't seen any weaknesses. You'll have to use trial and error.
Special delivery, just for you.
They've been shot! They're wide open!
Okay, now what?
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
I'm ready. How about this?
I have to do this.
Time to shine. Yo!
Nicely done, Takaba.
Chance for an all-out attack. Here we go. There's no escape. Don't you dare run.
They've been shot! They're wide open!
All right.
Wind is the way to go!
What to do?
Takemi Nakata!
Nice
The
one,
enemy
leader.
lines are broken!
Here we go.
The best bet would be. Go, Polydeuces! Not bad.
Oh no! You've got to get up somehow!
This will do the trick.
I'll show you!
What next?
Ew!
Nicely done,
Enemy
Takaba.
down! Thank goodness! Now it's time for a counterattack!
Takemi no kata!
That's a win for the team!
All right.
Good job, everyone!
Okay, let's keep on exploring. Found the stairs! Wanna head up?
Oh, there's a treasure chest!
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Here we...
Prepare
It's
for
dangerous!
battle.
Stay on guard!
One step at a time. Let's go!
Shall I move to strike?
This will do the trick. Now's the time. I won't lose. All right, a chance for an all-out attack. Here we go. Now we'll finish you.
Persona!
That didn't hit.
What's gonna win this? Polydeuces!
What's the plan here?
What next?
Yo!
That's it!
We're not gonna go easy.
What to do?
Takemi no kata!
Let's do it.
Now we'll finish you. Don't you dare run. everyone.
Yukari-chan!
This should work.
I owe you one. Now's the time.
That's a win for the team! Good job, everyone!
Whew. All right, let's get moving.
There's a chest. Want to try opening it?
We've
Two
been
enemy
ambushed.
ambush! You can take them. Just stay calm.
Don't think so. One step at a time.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Shall I move to strike? Penthesilea!
Nice. Now's your chance.
You've been poisoned. You're losing health.
What should I do? Now's the time. I won't lose.
Takemi no kata! Little
Her leader took one out.
This work. Persona!
I'm ready. Penthesilea!
That's a win for the team.
It's over.
Good job, everyone.
I think I'm getting stronger. Okay, let's keep on exploring. Is that treasure?
Hey, that looks like a rare chest.
It's like...
Best to stay on your toes here.
There's a shadow! Even though the floors all look the same, let's try not to run ourselves ragged.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
This floor has been fully explored now. Powerful enemy spotted! Please be careful! Leader! I think my visual field has expanded a little. Maybe... Good day. Here are my requests. Wonderful. By all means. Oh, I will await a... I will await a report of success. Oh, yeah. I will await a report of success. Come to... By all means. Very well, then. Come to think of it. Very... Welcome to the Velvet Room. Now then.
Well then, shall we take a look?
This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful. choose what skills to inherit. This would be a wise choice. This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful. You can't control this one yet. This persona is powerful. What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a fair amount of extra power.
This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful. This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful. What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a fair amount of extra power.
So it begins.
A controversial immigration securing their southern border. They're allowing these people to come, illegal immigrants. However, Mexico says they will not accept people deported back to Mexico. Kind of funny how that works, right? They're not securing their southern border. They're allowing these people to come to our southern border. And if Texas says you got to go back, Mexico says, nice try. We ain't going to let you do that. That one's particularly fascinating. We're also hearing that Letitia James may begin seizing Donald Trump's assets as soon as Monday. Trump says that he cannot raise the money for the bond, so they may either seize his assets or Trump may have to sell the buildings. Now, the interesting thing is there are other interests involved in ownership of these buildings. They may not be able to just seize them outright, so it creates an interesting conundrum for New York,
Take
and
all
of
the
course Donald
time
Trump as
you
well.
need to
We'll talk about that.
consider.
Plus, Daily Mail confirms Don Lemon wanted an obscene amount of money and access to X if he was going to do the show. And Elon Musk just recently published a video from Western Lensman of the Democrats' plan for uniparty single party electoral control indefinitely. It's going viral. It's got tens of thousands of retweets. So we'll talk about the immigration crisis. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com and buy Cast Brew Coffee. When you buy Cast Brew Coffee, you are supporting the show. We sponsor ourselves with some of the best coffee you will ever have. I really recommend Appalachian Nights because for whatever reason, people love it so much. It tastes so good, we can't keep it in stock. It is now currently available in stock. Our K-Cups are sold out. If you do like Appalachian Nights, a darker roast, I recommend Stand Your Grounds, a medium roast, much with a very similar flavor profile, I might add. So people really do love it. And when you support Casper, you're supporting our physical location, which we are setting up in Martinsburg, West Virginia. Hopefully, there will be many more to come, and we will create physical spaces for people to hang out. But also, don't forget to head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member, because this show is made possible in part by viewers like you. You will get access to the members-only Discord server and our uncensored members-only show coming up at 10 p.m. tonight. Not so family-friendly, but the most important thing, I think, is joining the Discord server. What does that mean? For those that don't know, become a member, click the Discord button, and it will tell you how to download and log into this application where you can hang out in a chat room with all of our other members, like-minded individuals, build conversations, build community, share ideas, work on projects. That's what it's all about. Don't forget to also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. But wait, there's more!
It appears
If you go to timcast.com, and actually, I don't know, for some reason it's not popping up just yet, but if you click the link in the description below, you can get your very own Donald Trump Bloodbath t-shirt. Of course, Donald Trump was talking about market economics, and that's why we think it's a funny meme. The Donald Trump t-shirt's available at timcast.com in the store, but I believe it's not up just yet because we just created it. If you click the link in the description below, you can get your funny meme shirt as well. So again, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and a whole lot more is James Klug.
Awesome. You guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm James Klug, post political videos on YouTube, and excited to be here tonight.
Right on. Thanks for hanging out. We got Phil Labonte.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm a very failed musician, anti-communist, and counter-revolutionary. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, I am Lisa Booker for The Culture War, so everybody make sure you tune in Friday mornings at 10 a.m. on Tenet Media. And that's about it, right? I'm
Yeah,
good.
all right.
I'm back again.
Good stuff.
And Serge is pressing the buttons.
Hey, what's up, James? Glad you're back. Good to see you too, Lisa. And Phil, good to see you too as well. Glad you're back, man.
We love Serge.
Let's get started whenever you're ready, Tim.
From CNN.com, Supreme Court allows Texas to begin enforcing controversial immigration law. Supreme Court on Tuesday cleared the way for Texas to immediately begin enforcing a controversial immigration law that allows state officials to arrest and detain people they suspect of entering the country illegally. The court's 3 liberals dissented. Legal challenges to the law are ongoing at a federal appeals court, but the decision hands a significant yet temporary win to Texas, which has been battling the Biden administration over immigration policy. The court has been blocking the law from taking effect, issuing an indefinite pause on the proceedings a day earlier, which was wiped away by Tuesday's order. Senate Bill 4, signed into law by Greg Abbott in December, makes entering Texas illegally a state crime and allows state judges to order immigrants to be deported. Immigration enforcement generally is a function of the federal government. So this is huge, a major victory for Texas, but at the same time, Univision is reporting Mexico says it will not accept migrants repatriated by Texas after the controversial SB4 law comes into force. I just love this. They will send these people to the United States. They're not sending their best. And if Texas says, no, that's illegal to do that, they go, too bad, we won't take them.
Right. Well, what's funny about that, too, the CNN article referring to the bill as controversial. It's like, what seems more controversial is probably abandoning, the federal laws. Yeah, constitutional duty to actually, protect the American people.
This persona
that's a pretty big joke, but I think Mexico really just sees that the Biden administration doesn't have Texas's back, so yeah, why would they accept?
Do you think that they got a call from the administration? Do you think the administration called and said, "Hey, we're not happy about this decision. Maybe you should"?
I don't know that I think that they did, but it wouldn't surprise me. Any kind of theory like that, gone are the days where I'm going to be like, oh, they wouldn't do that. That ship has sailed a long time ago. So maybe I don't think of a particular conspiracy, or maybe I'm not, you know, I don't have a full idea of how it might happen, but the possibility is more than just, you know.
So what are they going to do? They're going to have like this zone where they all wait in with like little tents and like
keep
a little
shipping them into
tent-
Chicago,
tent
into
city?
New York.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
keep shipping them.
Also, the situation is so past, like just sabotage at the southern border, that none of this would be surprising if they actually made a call, said, hey, just don't even go about this because we have an agenda here. We're trying to work on something. We're trying to import 10 million illegal immigrants into the country. That would probably interfere a little bit.
What Mexico is saying about not accepting these people is actually really bad for Democrats. To say we will not accept illegal immigrants that we sent to you is basically like, hey, it's your problem now statement. Americans are going to see that, and they're going to realize, oh, wait a minute. They're coming through your country and from your country, but you don't want them back? Now, how could they say no, but we have to say yes? If anything, the smart move would, if the administration, Biden administration actually called Mexico, they'd say something like, these are good people and we welcome them to stay if they want to, and things like that, and then reject them. To come out and say no is just, it shows the hypocrisy.
If even Mexico doesn't want the people back, I mean, what does that say about who we're bringing into the country?
If you look at immigration laws from countries around the globe, the United States immigration system is a complete basket case. It's a mess. And Mexico has laws like you have to be a Mexican citizen to purchase property and stuff like that. Like there's all kinds of weird laws that other countries have where that the U.S. doesn't come close to even having. The border that we have, the border situation that we have here is basically it's unique in the world, and it's something that Americans don't realize. People in the U.S. think that other countries are very welcoming to immigrants and other countries are blah blah blah. They have no idea that the United States is extremely not racist. Like the rest of the world is way more exclusionary than the United States
Well,
is.
the weird thing about that, though, is you have these people coming from all over. They're not just coming from Mexico. They're coming from the Horn of Africa. They're coming from Venezuela. They're coming from China. They're coming from Iran, everywhere. So if you have them coming from there, so I can understand if they're crossing from the Mexican border, they're saying, we don't want these people. They're talking, it's not just Mexicans that, like, they're not
Hondurans.
returning. Right, there's Hondurans. So I could see them saying, okay, they crossed your border, but they're not from our country. We're not taking them. I kind of get that part.
It definitely makes sense. I mean, we do know that the majority actually are not Mexican. I don't believe, you know, the recent numbers have showed the majority. Yeah. So, but they are traveling through Mexico, and there's absolutely no pressure on Mexico to get it under control. That's Donald Trump actually put pressure on Mexico to make sure that they were, you know, getting that under control when it comes to preventing people from making it through Mexico, or certainly making it through the southern border.
I mean, it's clearly an organized operation, right? Like these caravans that are set up, they're I don't know about funding or anything like that, but you know that there are aid groups that are making sure these people have places where they can stop and get food and get water, because it's a long ass walk from South America all the way through Mexico and stuff. So, and they're getting rides and stuff like that as well there. But this is not a situation where it's just people saying, oh, I'm going to go ahead and get my happy little butt to South America, and then me and a bunch of people are just going to do it. It's like these are organized, literally organized caravans bringing people to the U.S. border.
I'm not even mad at Mexico to a point, because of the crisis on our border, because we're letting all these people in, because the whole world knows it's open season, right? They have all these people coming to their country first, maybe trashing it, taking, I'm sure it's annoying for them as well.
No, it totally is. But they're well aware that they're making it up to the United States, and that's why they're allowing it. If Mexico was the destination, they would be more strict on it. Obviously, they are well aware that these migrants, these illegal immigrants, are trying to break into the United States.
But like I said, that's still got to be annoying for them.
They're not sending their best.
That's true.
That's true.
Venezuela reportedly is releasing criminals from their prisons, and the speculation is that they are then saying to these people, like, if you want to stay out of prison, you have to leave. Go to the United States.
That's some stuff that historically socialist countries have done multiple times. Go ahead and empty out their prisons and send them off to countries that tend to be, free liberal capitalist societies, so that way they can just wreak havoc. It's an actual plan by subversive communists.
I mean, it's actually pretty smart, isn't it? Like, we have all these dangerous people in our country. We can get rid of them, and the United States, like half the country, is going to be bringing them in with open arms. What a joke.
And giving them money.
It's a win-win for the countries that are doing that.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then they come in and they try to destabilize at least the people that are motivated. They come in and they try to destabilize the government or the society that exists currently.
I could only imagine the propaganda now, though. Like, we're not letting them in, and Mexico's not letting them in. There's all these people in this like empty zone there, families or kids, and they'll only show you like the women and children, right? And it'll be just propaganda. Like, look at these poor people. Now they've got nowhere to go. They're stuck in this in between space, like
tugging at the heartstrings of
it's
liberal white women.
100% what's going to happen.
Right.
Yep. But I wonder, I do, because, you know, you've got, there's this viral video. I haven't fact checked or anything, so fact check me on this one, but there's apparently this illegal immigrant telling all the other illegal immigrants to go and start squatting in houses in states that have squatters' rights. Because now there's free houses. So basically what we're seeing now is, one of the stories maybe we'll get to today is a woman goes to her house that she inherited from her parents when they died. Squatters are in it. When she calls the cops, she gets arrested.
Yeah.
This is where we're going. 30-day squatters' rights. In West Virginia, it's 15 years. In West Virginia, you got to squat for 15 years to try and get any kind of adverse possession. In New York, it's 30 days.
I think New York has the strongest. I mean, not New York. New Jersey has the strongest one, and it's like 21 years or something. Really,
21. What's gonna happen is these illegal immigrants are gonna look on Zillow for rental or sale properties.
Yeah,
that are vacant.
Here's what's crazy. Right, they're vacant, and all they have to do is get some kind of bill that they can make themselves. And then when the cops show up, they just be like, no, look. And the cops go, okay. And they leave.
I actually looked into this this morning.
Mine now.
Yep.
I looked into this morning. Even fake leases. If they draw up their own fake lease, right? With somebody else's signature, then it has to go through the landlord-tenant process, which could take up to 2 years. Imagine if you're still paying a mortgage on that property.
Right. You're bankrupting yourself.
Yeah, people can't afford. Like your average person that has, if you're trying to like start something, you have one rental property, you're trying to get yourself out of a regular job or whatever, you can't afford to not get paid.
This is coming for Airbnb.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
All that's going to happen is they're gonna say, hey, I want to rent this place, right? January 5th, they say, I want to rent this place, and they go, sure. They rent it, show up, and leave.
That actually happened to an
then,
Airbnb person.
A month later, they show up, enter the property, and then they stay. And when the Airbnb says, wait, there's someone living here, they go, no, I paid rent. Then when they call the police, they say, look, like I paid rent. I have a receipt for rent I paid. I've been here the whole time. I've been here for 30 days. They can't kick me out.
They can switch the utilities into their name too without it triggering anything.
The craziest thing about this, I think, is it's affecting, homeowners, right? It's not affecting like the general population.
I disagree about that. Go ahead, though.
You think so?
I do.
Because when it comes to the people that are outraged about this, yeah, it's going to be a homeowner, but how many thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people are voting and not even keeping that in mind if they're on the left?
Yeah, tons of them. I disagree that it's not affecting the average person. There's something that Serge said before we started. He was talking about when violent crime starts happening, then things break down really, really fast. When there's no repercussions for violent crime. Additionally, when there are no repercussions for property crime, people stop caring about ownership. And ownership is literally the gasoline that's in an economy. The only reason people engage in productive activity is because they're doing it so that way they can provide for themselves, so they can provide for their family, so they can feed themselves, pay their bills, and hopefully, get ahead. That's the idea. If you don't have the ability to own property, and you can't buy stuff or save your money, and someone will just take it away from you, that is a massive disincentive. And things that are going on in New York right now, New York with Donald Trump, it's
the same
big
thing.
Yeah, it's big and flashy, and the average person thinks that doesn't apply to me. But as soon as you let that genie out of the bottle, that stuff is going to apply to everybody. As soon as the government looks at you.
Let's just jump to the story right now while we're on it. From the Post-Millennial, woman arrested after trying to remove squatters from her New York home.
Yeah.
Quote, I am being arrested for being in my own home. She said as cops escorted her off the property. The other day I was ragging on cops quite a bit. And a lot of people got mad and they said, Tim, why are you ragging on cops? Yo, watch the video of this. It's 5 minutes long. It's 4.5 minutes. The cops tried as hard as they could to justify the squatter's presence.
Yeah.
The house is clearly not theirs. One guy says, I've been here for 2 days. And they go, please, do you have anything that shows you've been here longer than that? And the guy's like, no. And they're like, well, then we can't help you. And so they escort him out. The woman then goes to change the locks, and the cops tell her not to or she'll be arrested. And this is crazy because the cops just removed the squatters, knowing they're not tenants or anything. And they still warned her they would arrest her if she changes the locks. She does. The guy comes back with a bill of some sort, no lease, and they say, okay, and they arrest the woman.
Right.
Back to blue, baby.
They arrest her for changing the locks. That was the thing. But the two that admitted, there was two people that were in there, and they admitted they had only been there a couple days, so they had to leave.
No, one guy said he was there for a couple days. The other guy said, I live here.
Yeah, and then the guy that said he lived there, he left on his own, but they evicted the cops evicted the two guys that were there. But once she changed the locks and he came back with that bill, that's when they arrested her for changing the locks. It's her property.
Right.
I mean, at that point, you do a switch and just pretend it's not your property. But Phil, to your previous point about the ownership, I think what I'm referring to when it comes to this conversation here is this is affecting a relatively small amount of people compared to the general public. Most people aren't dealing with this awful policy affecting their life, right?
Because the economy's been destroyed and young people can't afford homes anymore.
Right, exactly. So how are you going to get change when the people that have experienced this and dealt with it, they're obviously going to be as loud as possible looking for change, but how many people do not care because they see this as like they're caring and they're living in New York and they're looking after the little guy, but this is the end result of those, policies that are supposed to be meaning well, I guess. Yeah. I mean, are they even supposed to be meaning well?
How is it even allowed to exist? They are trespassers and they're burglars, basically. I mean, they're stealing your actual home. And to your point about the cops, I was telling James about this on the way up, they know what they're doing is wrong in that moment, and they still do it anyway. That's atrocious.
Why do these laws exist? I would imagine it has something to do with evictions, right? Like you can't just evict somebody the next day. You can't just call them and
that's
say
landlord
you're done.
tenant stuff. But it's a squatter who actually never had any claim.
He has no lease.
It blows my mind that this is even a thing.
It absolutely.
I can't even think.
The principal issue is that people on the right, and that includes post-liberal, it includes normies, people who are outside of the cult. This woman, she thinks, I am honest and I am morally correct and therefore I will win. And the police don't care at all. So when she shows up and she's got a news camera crew with her and one guy says, I just got here, and they remove him, and the other guy has no proof he lives there, the cops still threatened her. Both guys were removed. There were two guys there. One guy said, I've been here for 2 days. Another guy says, I live here, had no proof. So they said, you have to leave. He leaves. They then tell her, even though he doesn't live there, and they did tell him to leave, if she changes the lock, she'll be arrested. And she thought, if I was honest, then I will win. And the cops in this video, you need to watch the video, they try to stop her from doing this. They tried to arrest the homeowner. Now, there's something she could have done very easily. She was with her daughter. The issue is that you can't live in this virtuous world anymore. Democrats and their policies and the police who enforce their broken laws do not care. I talked about this. There's a video, you can find it in Seattle. Antifa is threatening a guy and he's backing away from them, and the cops run up and arrest the victim. This is what we see. Trump, he's the victim in the Letitia James case. They are using the power of government and police to go after their enemies and anyone who opposes their system or is outside of their rule set. And they're doing the smiles on their faces. You know what she could have done? I'm not gonna give anybody advice, but imagine if she drafted a lease for her daughter, knowing squatters were there. She immediately then wrote up a lease for her daughter saying, from the date of acquisition of the property, you live here. Then showed up and the daughter called the police and said, the building managers have tried to evict me illegally. I have the lease. I live here. They changed the locks on me. The cops would say, sir, you can't change the locks on your tenant. She doesn't live here. Well, she's got a lease. And then they would have arrested the squatters for unlawful eviction. If she did that, she would have gotten her house back and those guys would have been removed. Unfortunately, her and so many Republicans think they're going to walk into Congress, walk into the courts, and they're going to say, look, I am telling the truth and I am right. And the Democrats and their police officers are going to laugh and say, you think we care about what's true and correct? We care about power.
The exodus from states like New York and California is going to continue because the policies have not changed and the quality of life continues to degrade. People are tired of watching people get into fights with homeless people in the subway and all of the other actual, real, tangible problems that a lot of people on the left like to deny, that they say they aren't happening or whatever. But it's going to continue because the policies are still in effect and you're still having these things affect normal people.
It's wild to me that we know for a fact right now, Democrats are enacting crooked laws they're issuing broken executive orders, and people would still defend the police, knowing the police blindly adhere to broken orders if it's not the cops, as if it's not the cops' fault. It's like, no, wait, hold on. If they were police officers who adhered to the Constitution and said, give me legal precedence for actually why this is this way, perhaps we'd have good policing. But I don't see how anyone could actually argue. We know Democrats are corrupt. We know they're lying, cheating, and stealing, but I'm not going to blame the people who are carrying out the corruption for them. They didn't know better.
I said a couple of weeks ago, nowadays I'm kind of over being like, this is the problem of the government. There is a significant amount of blame that goes to the people that vote.
Yeah.
They keep voting for the same stuff.
Yeah, right. And you know what? How much do you want to bet this woman's a Democrat?
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Everyone that, like, the default Democrat is still like the default Democrat. Like, people, your normies still think that the Democrats are the nice ones and the Republicans are just the meanies. It's literally that, like, the essential calculation for the average person that watches 30 minutes of news per week. That's the calculation. Oh, we vote for the nice guys. The Democrats are the nice guys because Jimmy Kimmel told me that. And they believe it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are waking up to the fact that, you know, the America First movement.
They're waking up to how much their groceries are.
Of the low wage earners, of the working class. Like, people are realizing that, you know, for example, you know, the bloodbath comment the other day talking about the auto industry. You know, it would be a bloodbath if Trump loses, which he's obviously totally correct. The media completely ignores the actual issue that he's talking about, which was very important to Ohioans, and just talks about his talking point for political gain. Like, people know that the left wing has become this party. More and more people are waking up, let's say, to the fact that the left wing is just becoming the party of the college-educated elite instead of the working class. This is another example, but it's not just that. It doesn't just end there. It ends at, you know, it's also the crimes, the DAs that are in
the people writing this legislation.
Cities. Yeah, the people writing this legislation that's allowing these cities to completely collapse into themselves. Like, I'm from California. You know, you go up to LA, people can basically do whatever they want, and they'll only go to jail if they get, like, actually, you know, spend a meaningful amount of time in jail if they inevitably murder somebody. And that's how it is in a lot of these cities.
Barely. Like that one guy who just shot his wife. I think he got 7 years. He was like half naked in his driveway and like shot her.
He got shotgun. That was a weird one though. He got
like
10 years in the all-female jury as well.
Yeah, that was very bizarre.
Yeah, really unusual.
But I mean, like, there's a video of him shooting with a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm more talking about, like, people that have, you know, gotten 10 felonies and still aren't behind bars.
But my
that
point
are running
is,
around.
like, you have J6ers who don't do anything violent that are in there longer than that. And this guy there's video evidence of him shooting his wife, like, literally in the face while she's recording him, and he gets 10
He's
years.
not an enemy of the regime.
Right.
The cult.
Right.
This video, I gotta say, it's just absolutely wild. It's wild, and I will stress it again because the cops try to protect the squatters, and you know I'm I'm willing to bet. I'm betting a lot of these cops are Democrats.
Oh, for sure.
That's the thing about back the blue. It's like, dude, by all means, back the people, the good people, the cops who run into that school when that trans mass shooter was killing people and save those kids. I'll back the heroes, but to just ignore the fact that in New York City, all these cops are probably Democrats, and they vote for these things. They believe in these things. It's the fascinating thing about this idea of backing the blue. It's so vague. What happens when the communists put in a bunch of communist loyalists in the police force? You still going to back the blue? That's a ridiculous notion. And that's what we're seeing right here.
100%.
To protect or defend these two officers, because you're like, well, I don't blame the police. Bro, these cops right here are communists.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they go up to the squatters and they're like, can you give us anything to prove you've been here? It's like, no, it's like, okay, man, well, don't you change those locks. At that point, they should have said, sir, you are criminally trespassing. It is burglary, and you are being charged with a felony. This woman has a deed to the house. You are a stranger with no proof, and they threaten to arrest the homeowner with evidence.
I am constantly, anytime I see, organized communists like marching out in the street, I make sure to retweet that stuff because I think this is a significant threat to the United States, right? In New York City, there are a lot of actual communists in local government, like in your they're community organizers. They're unabashedly communists. And the results of communist legislation and communists deciding how the policy is going to go is what you're getting in New York right now. It is a situation where criminals don't go to jail because they don't believe in jails. They believe in restorative justice.
You know what I love? They catch and release criminals. They sometimes won't even respond to criminals, but when they painted Black Lives Matter in front of Trump Tower, they arrested tons of people who were protesting the painting, or they splash paint out. You're under arrest. 27 cops assigned to this duty to protect their cult.
That was all posturing. That was political intimidation. 100% political intimidation. We're painting this, and if you protest it, we're going to have the police put you in jail. That's clearly political intimidation.
And the cops in New York are communists.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't. Whether or not they're true believers in the philosophy, it doesn't matter because they're going to carry out the orders. If you think all of the Stasi were true believers in East Germany, you're wrong. A lot of them were just like, I don't need the hell that I'm going to have to pay if I put my neck out. You know?
Oh, sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the only time where I really think like absolutely 100% sure back the blue is within your community that actually has moral and just laws. Like if you have a community that you're proud of the laws, you don't have any of this stuff. Marxists haven't taken over from the mayor on down. And you're actually proud of the police officers that are keeping people safe in that community. I think that's great. I actually think that's totally fine. I mean, yeah, sure, you still want to be judging police officers when they do something wrong, but generally speaking, if the population isn't saying yes, we're totally okay with laws like these, or the insane laws around crime or whatever it is, or they're electing Marxist DAs or whatever it is, then I don't know.
It's hard to say, though.
These are police officers that are probably doing the laws that are enforcing the laws that a lot of Marxists and or commies or radical leftists want.
But you can't get any more leftist than like Philadelphia, where I live, right? We have Soros-backed DAs, right? And I just had somebody break into my car a couple of months ago.
Wow.
And the police helped me. They were there in 6 minutes. They helped me. They chased the guy down the street 4 o'clock in the morning with me in my pajamas. Like, we were running. We got the guy. And they all hated the DA. I was like, I had to go to the station and do this like little video thing about like interview about what happened. And I told them, and I was making jokes about the DA and how like this guy was just going to be let out. And they all agreed with me. They were like, please show up to court because we have these like lefties. They call the police. They get so mad that, like people like broke into their car and something. And then when their court date comes, they don't show up to be a witness or anything because they feel bad for the criminal. And the cops, at least in this precinct, I mean, they all hated the lefties. They were all right wing. Now, I guess if they're forced to like enforce some crappy laws, maybe they will or not. But in their heart of hearts, like they were talking to me, they hate the left.
But I would say Philadelphia is not California.
I think a lot of those areas. Krasner's insane.
There's a reason why there's an actual fight for Pennsylvania in 2024.
Yeah,
right. It's like California. There's no question.
But Philadelphia itself is like 94%
and like
Biden.
And that's true. That's true. And New York is also just, it's Democrat. And you look at these cops they have in New York City, and you are getting communist cops. At least too many of them.
Yeah, I would say the majority. This might be in my pocket.
Definitely, a lot of them are ideologically captured 100% when it comes to the police officers. No doubt about it at all. They're proud. They're proud to do
Look
that.
Look at the Capitol Police.
Sure. Right.
Communists, all of them.
Nah, half of them. I remember there was this black Capitol Police officer, and he would say to me, "I hate these BLM people. I hate these Antifa people." He would say it to me. He was like, on our side, I would say it's 50-50 for the Capitol Police. As somebody who interacted with them.
If you were a part of the Capitol Police, you are an honorary communist. Congratulations. You don't get to work side by side with people who are hunting down middle-aged and old people who walked into a building confused and then be like, but not me. It's like, well, then quit your job.
Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. That's fair.
Fair enough. I was going to add, like, yeah, there are people that have been Capitol Police officers since before, they've seen multiple presidents, right? But if they're looking at what's happening right now and they're totally fine with it and they're still a Capitol Police officer, yeah, you got to speak up.
Well, okay,
you got to speak up.
They'll complain about communists and all that stuff, but they get an honorary degree in communism. Let's jump to this.
I just think that like most of the good cops were probably gone 2 years ago. The ACAB sentiment got the really good ones, the guys that you can really rely on to be like
New York or where you talking about?
Anywhere. And, I mean, because dude, there was a ton of people that were retiring. Because
tons of departments saw mass exodus of police officers.
Right? No, you're totally right about that. But there's obviously like Huntington Beach Police, where they're next to me, they're phenomenal. Like there's a bunch of departments, but I'm not talking about you're talking about major cities generally speaking. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of people retired.
Let's jump to this next story. We got this tweet from Elon Musk. It's a video from Western Lensman. He says, this is actually happening. I'm going to play the video for you now, and then we'll talk about what they said. Is it going to play? X videos always do this. After a little while, the videos just don't play, and you got to refresh.
Borders plan to entrench single party. The Democrat open borders plan to entrench single party rule, explained in under 2 minutes. 1. Flood the country with untold millions of illegals by land, sea, and air from all over the world. Enough to eclipse the populations of 36 individual U.S. states so far. 2. Prioritize the needs of these millions of non-citizens over the needs of the American citizen, with free flights, buses, hotels, meals, and phones, ensuring their loyalty to the political party that imported them. 3. Keep them in the country at all costs, even when they commit violent crime like murder and rape. Attack the language used to describe the criminals, as opposed to the criminals themselves. Slander critics as racist. 4. Ensure their privileges are made irrevocable with city and state sanctuary laws that act as population magnets. Codify permanent status and ensure non-cooperation with ICE. 5. Count the non-citizens in the census that will determine congressional apportionment in the House of Representatives.
Yes.
As of now, that would equal 13 extra congressional districts. A tremendous amount of electoral power. 6. Wage a massive, heavily funded lawfare campaign to change state voting laws that legalize mass mail-in ballots. No signature verification and no proof of citizenship requirements, making it nearly impossible to prove voter fraud. 7. Lock in the permanent voting majority with campaign promises of lavish benefits and permanent privileges, enshrining generational fealty to the Democrat Party. 8. Win elections. 9. Entrenched single-party rule has been achieved. The best part? Your tax dollars are paying for it.
The only part that really matters
opposed to the criminals
is
themselves.
This.
Slander critics
Not
as
this
racist.
Part.
4. Ensure their privileges are made
Number 5, I think.
with city and state sanctuary laws that act as population magnets.
Who made this? Because this is
Codify
amazing.
Permanent status and
One
ensure
second. I wanna play this one more
non-cooperation
time.
with ICE. 5. Count the non-citizens in the census that will determine congressional apportionment in the House of Representatives. As of now, that would equal 13 extra congressional districts.
13 extra congressional districts, and those are old numbers. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Western Lensman made the video. It was a couple of years ago. It was estimated that there were 10.1 million criminal aliens living in the United States, which would give you just about 13 congressional seats. However, the estimates are much higher now with Biden allowing in millions more, so it could be as high as 17. Democrats have a 17-seat advantage based on spreading out criminal aliens throughout their districts to give themselves extra seats. So if you're wondering why it seems like there should be a red wave, everyone I know has got Trump signs. All of the sentiment of all the people in all the communities, it's leaning Trump. The polls say Trump, but somehow Democrats keep getting it. It's because they have extra congressional seats.
Yep.
And they're only going to get more.
One, just an amazing video to highlight the agenda there. But also, I wanted to add one thing. I don't know if this was included in there, but also allowing them to vote. Many people don't know that illegals can actually vote in the United States in some cities. They can't. Just in last December, New York City voted to allow.
They lost that. Courts overturned that one.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
I was going to say, because Maryland and Vermont, there's cities in Maryland and Vermont that do allow
and
it.
California.
Yeah.
That's these are local elections.
These are local elections, but we're still talking about, I mean, this is important stuff happens.
And these are the steps they're trying to take to get to the point where they're going to get them to vote. And they're going to make the argument. They're going to try and equate being undocumented to being a slave. They're going to say there are undocumented citizens in this country who, because they don't have the proper paperwork, are being denied their voice in their own communities. How could that be allowed? It's like slavery. That's the game they're going to play. 13 extra seats.
It's also the same argument, because people are like, oh, well, it's just city elections. Well, first of all, a lot of important things are decided on a city and local level. But second of all, the same basically argument is just going to be made for congressional elections as well as presidential elections. It's the same thing will be made. They're not going to change the argument at all. They're just going to move
local
forward
elections
with
are
it.
more important.
Right.
And they're already making the argument that these are people who live in our communities who should have a say in how things are done at the local level. We get it, not at the federal level, but locally. No.
The federal, the fact that the point that they make in there about the apportionment and about congressional seats, that's the most important thing that the average person probably doesn't occur to the average person. And that's the point that I think we really should drive home when it comes to the immigration question, or the conversation about immigration and what the effects are. Driving home the fact that these people are counted in the census, and the argument that they're going to give, they're going to say no, they don't get counted in the census. People that are here undocumented, they don't come out and admit it, which is horseshit. They do, because the people that go and do the census, they don't talk about whether or not there are citizens. All they say is the only thing we want to know is how many people live there. And the people that are undocumented, they're generally informed by the people that are there to do the census. Hey, we're not going to turn you into ICE. They're not there to scare these people. So the major argument that the left gives you is, oh, no, they don't do that. They won't talk to the government. That's horseshit. So first of all, and second of all, this is exactly like they said. This is what is going to be used to give basically one party all political power.
Don't forget, congressional seats are electoral college votes.
I also want to add one thing. If you're having that conversation with a leftist, they actually don't care about that argument at all.
No, you have to be able.
It has to be someone that's like that. They know that they don't have a problem with it. They want them to vote. They want them to.
I'm not talking about
the general.
Because we're not trying to convince leftists.
Right.
Leftists are not going to be convinced.
It's the independents.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to convince your average Democrat that is a liberal that they have been conned by progressives and communists. They need to understand that there is a cultural revolution going on in the United States currently, right now. That's why things like the Pride Progress flag have taken the place of, have taken the place of other flags that used to represent our history and stuff like that.
Frederick, Maryland flies the Pride flag on there from City Hall.
Constantly, those things are being held up in churches and stuff like that across the country. It is a cultural revolution that is happening in this country, and we need to do everything we can to stop it.
My neighbor flies a Pride flag out all of June, so I put up
Betsy Ross, right?
I do have the Betsy Ross normally, but in Pride Month I put up a straight Pride flag just to piss them off. They're not real happy about it.
We're gonna put up in our Casper locations Molan Labe, Gonzalez flag, Gadsden flag. I get the straight pride thing, but I'm like, the Gadsden flag is an American symbol of independence, liberty, personal responsibility, etc.
That's smart, because the straight pride flag is a response to them. Ignore them.
It's more of a troll. It's more of a troll. Yeah, it's not like nobody's seriously flying that flag.
Normal people don't even know what it is.
I'm not judging.
And that's the problem.
Normal people don't even know what that is.
And that's the problem. We need to create a cultural sphere of influence, not flick people off. And people, they walk by and say, I wonder why she's flicking them off. Whatever. You put up a Gadsden flag and they're like, oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, my thing is that I want to make them as uncomfortable as they've made us for so long.
No, but they like it.
They don't. My neighbors hate it. They refuse to talk to me. They run inside their house every time they see me. I love it. I hope they move.
Their arena. We don't want to go into their arena. Republicans need to stop being like Democrats. Can I please play with you?
Yep.
No, I just really like
this is instead of this is why everything we invest in is cultural endeavors, because as that quote goes, Republicans care more about the opinion of the New York Times than of their own constituents.
I don't care about them either.
Republicans only ever respond to the narrative of the left.
Yep.
That's a huge mistake. That's all it is.
That's what's such a good thing
Lisa.
about the bloodbath stuff.
Hey, I
That's
usually
what's
fly the
the
fence, girl
bloodbath
flag.
thing is where is the right has totally ignored the way that the left is framing it, the way that the media is framing it, and they've grabbed it, taken it, and laughed hysterically and memed it and made jokes about it. And what they're doing by doing that is making culture. They're not responding to the left. They're saying, no, this is ours right now. We're taking this. We're not letting that happen.
I think a little bit of both is important. I think trolling kind of makes you a little bit more like almost personable and it's more fun and they're having fun. But I do 100% agree. The right absolutely needs to be taking,
setting the
lead.
narrative.
But there is a psyop thing to it. So it encourages other people to not be afraid to speak out. So for example, James had been at my house and he noticed that my Wi-Fi is Trump. Well, I think it's still Trump 2020 or 2024. And he noticed that like somebody else had changed their Wi-Fi password to like Trump people are in a cult because of mine. So then I changed it to like long live Clarence Thomas or whatever. We were having these Wi-Fi wars. Well, other people around started putting pro-Trump, whatever. But it doesn't matter if it's anonymous. It makes those people feel like they're outnumbered because they are. It makes them feel as uncomfortable as they have made us feel forever.
My point is putting up a giant I love Clarence Thomas is not something as esoteric as a straight pride flag.
That's really just to piss off my neighbor.
Right.
Sure. My thing is the New York Times says jump and all of the conservative personalities say how high.
Yep. 100%.
I don't.
That's why it's so good the way that the right has responded about the bloodbath thing, and that is something that the people on the right need to pay attention to in the future. Stop letting the left jerk your attention around. Be in control of your own.
Are you saying it was a good thing or a bad thing?
And for that matter,
it's a good thing that the bloodbath thing was taken by the right.
We talked about this on the members show, the TikTok bill for the divestiture bill.
Yes.
We were having a minor debate over the issue again, and I said the issue people are arguing is not the bill; it's bills in general. That the complaint is that government can construe a bill to give themselves privileges the bill didn't intend. In which case, don't pass any bills. I then went to Congress.gov and I looked up a whole bunch of bills, and I'm like, why are we talking about TikTok? There's a whole bunch of crazy ass bills right now that would give the president powers over like oil distribution, food distribution. There's one that would give bureaucrats the power to like shut down farms and suspend food production,
which are already doing anyway. Look
but the media comes out and yells TikTok. TikTok sends a notification to their users, and the only thing we talk about is TikTok. And I'm like, there's like a lot of bills that no one ever looks at and looks into that would create circuitous methods of extreme control from bureaucrats and the president.
A lot of them don't make it to the floor. They are introduced, but it is good to know like what these members are thinking and where they want the power to go, and to be cautious of that for 100%. Sure. But you're right. And nobody's reading like Punchbowl and Politico in the morning to see what the House is up to every day. They're just not doing that. They're reading the New York Times.
We got big moves though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump to this story from the Daily Mail. Multi-million-dollar fund manager ditches Tyson Foods, saying meat giant sacking U.S. workers to hire 42,000 asylum seekers is the woke liberal takeover of America. A $79 million conservative ETF has divested from Tyson Foods. Now, here's the thing. They didn't come out and they say, get woke, go broke, haha, we're going to divest because we're conservative. They said, we saw what happened with Bud Light and we saw what happened with Target, and we are protecting our shareholders by divesting from Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods says, we want to hire asylum seekers, especially those who have recently come in. What they're saying is, as they shut down a plant, I believe it's in Iowa, and lay off 1,300 people, they want to hire criminal aliens when Democrats give them work permits. So now there is a massive call to boycott all Tyson Foods and give them the Bud Light treatment. And I'm all for it. If that's what you guys are going to do. Any company that says don't hire American is a company you don't want to buy from. And if you're looking for chicken, you can go to publicsquare.com and see what chicken providers there are.
I don't think I've even I haven't bought Tyson food because I feel like it's like I don't
Kinda
know,
gross.
I haven't bought Tyson food in forever.
Look,
you guys,
you go to the supermarket and the Tyson bag is like processed chicken covered in processed garbage with processed preservatives, and there's fresh chicken breast right there from like you can just get the chicken breast and bread it yourself.
I'm a snob at the grocery store.
You guys, my Lyft driver today brought this up actually.
Really?
And he was livid. And he was the one that brought it up, right? He started talking about this with me. And he, whenever a story like this is reaching the general public, that's when people are really getting over it, and they're definitely staying informed with what is going on. They see this kind of America last energy under this regime.
And the prices of the chicken.
Exactly. And people are so tired of it. He told me all about it before I even saw this story or even looked into it. He was talking to me about it. That was my Lyft driver today.
$12 to $15 for a pack of chicken right now, for a pound of chicken, and then you're gonna not hire the American people that are trying to buy your chicken? I hate these people.
It's a parasitic machine. It's sucking away the ownership, the buying power, and the wealth of the American population, siphoning it off to non-citizens to strip from you. Just to pause and go back to the squatter story. What is the point of allowing squatters to do what they do? This woman inherited property from her parents, who earned, saved, bought, and gave their daughter and their granddaughter some wealth left behind for them. And the state is trying to make sure you will own nothing.
I'd find a way to come back from the grave and haunt those people if they took anything from my kids. I would be outraged.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is a part of the shift. This is a part of the shift of the left ditching the working class, and it's reaching the masses. People are seeing this. They're no longer that party, if they ever were, of the lower. I mean, maybe at the very bottom, they're definitely appealing to maybe some of those people. The working class, absolutely not. Not anymore.
I think that they're seeing that Biden and this administration is a problem. But my brother, he's a conservative, but his friends are liberal, and he's in a group chat, and they're in this group chat saying, RFK and Aaron Rodgers, that's the only way. And I'm
Clown shoes.
I was like, God, these are just regular guys that go to the gym and they live their life.
Those are people not willing to make the jump. They're not willing to make the jump yet. Maybe they will eventually if they keep seeing how America lasts, the Democratic Party actually is. But those people aren't making the jump yet. There's a lot of people that are apolitical that don't like this
Orange
stuff.
Man bad. Orange Man bad is still a real thing.
Orange Man indeed bad.
President Cheeto is bad, and people still believe that.
I spent the past 2 weeks in Los Angeles hanging out with a bunch of people that are not politically active and stuff, and there is an exhaustion that they have with Biden. They are pissed because they wanted things to go back to normal. And I mean, listen, I told them I've been telling people.
You remember that song, "Hate to Say I Told You So"?
Yes, I've been telling them it's never coming back. And of
what
course,
happened to the return to normalcy?
Because I'm an outside of the normal political perspective guy. They don't, they're like, Phil, whatever. But I'm like, look. It is never going to be normal again because Donald Trump is not the reason it is not normal. Donald Trump is a symptom. He is not a cause.
Yep.
What these people are failing to realize is that Biden is like a shell of a human. So who's actually running it? It's still Democrats.
They
but
don't
yet,
care.
But
That doesn't matter
that's the
to
point.
them.
They still want to vote Democrat, right?
But
they're going to
because
say
they
it's
want
Biden is
the
bad.
reason is because they want back to normal, and they're not ever going to believe that it won't come back.
But Biden is the cause of it.
I know.
But it's Democrats.
That's what I'm talking about. The Democrat and the Uniparty establishment are the cause of Donald Trump. If you were to get rid, let's say you ended up with a Ron Paul type, maybe even a Tulsi Gabbard. She's not as Ron Paul-y, but let's say you brought in someone who actually said, okay, let me try and listen to the American people and do something about these problems this country is facing. Maybe no more foreign wars. Actually get in touch with the working class. Donald Trump would not be necessary. The problem is when people were like, you know what, I kind of like this Bernie Sanders guy. Bernie Sanders was saying no open borders. He was saying support the unions. He was saying no to NAFTA. And then the Democrats said no. And so Donald Trump was like, vote for me and I'll kick in the door. And they're like, done. Done. Trump, you're my guy.
The craziest thing, Phil, is that you're having friends that are talking to you about how they're sick and tired of what's going on. That blows my mind when they have the entire media machine on their side. Every single
why
issue,
they're sick and tired. They don't realize that the media that's feeding them stuff is that's the
dealer.
poison. That's they're being fed garbage. and they think that it's true, but they're being fed like the whole bloodbath thing. Like that is why.
They're still having a problem with Trump?
No, like the point is they listen to the government, they listen to the media telling them how terrible Trump is and how bad Trump is. They're hoping that it will go back to normal. But the thing is, even if it's not Donald Trump, if it was DeSantis or whoever, they would be saying the same things about him. The normal is gone.
100%.
The normal from the left is nothing but hyperbole, nothing but catastrophe, nothing but the pretense of even talking about policy. It's all Donald Trump is evil. It's all they're going to go and put you in chains. It's all that same terrify the crap out of them.
Right. I thought you were talking about that they're tired of Joe Biden.
Yeah, so
they're tired of Joe Biden because Joe Biden was supposed to do things. Well, Joe Biden was supposed to do things to make it better.
But this is my point.
So my point was they're getting tired of Biden, and Biden has the media machine on his side. That shows you how bad it actually is.
But even worse
that was
than
my
that,
point.
Even worse than that, they're not attributing. Biden is just like a figurehead because he's clearly not there. So they're still going to vote Democrat, even if they're tired of Biden. They're not getting that it's not him making the decisions, and they're still going to vote Democrat. And that deep state of theirs, which by the way, they are acknowledging that there is a deep state. Did you see that article that came out? I think it was today. That was like, oh, there is a deep state, and it's cool, right? Like, so, but they don't. But they're not even paying attention to it. So you're hating all these policies. You're attributing it to somebody who's not even senile. He's not even there. So it's the Democrat machine that you hate. Why are you going to vote for that again? Why do they think
the
Aaron
orange
Rodgers
man
is,
is bad, Lisa.
I just
That's
can't
exactly
imagine.
why.
He's Cheeto color, Lisa. He's Cheeto color.
Here's the article. It turns out the deep state is actually kind of awesome from the New York Times.
It didn't exist, and now it's great. Same old story. Didn't exist, and now it's great.
Unelected bureaucrats who are directing your life and telling you your thoughts don't matter are great. That's what they say. That's the New York Times. Remember when the New York Times said, actually, critical thinking is a bad thing?
Yeah.
Every right-wing person that says this is happening, they say, no, it's not happening. That's a conspiracy theory. And then later, oh, it is happening and it's wonderful.
We have to manipulate democracy or else we're going to lose democracy. Everything is insane now.
Jimmy Dore has one of the best comedy bits on that whole narrative of don't do your own research. Critical thinking is bad. He was like, we used to call it reading. Yeah. Imagine the person coming out and he's like, I feel like I'm waking up in a Bill Hicks bit where he's like, looks like we got ourselves a reader. What you reading for, boy? And then he's like, imagine any other subject where they said, don't research. And you go to your friend, you go, I think I'm about buying a car. Don't look into it. And then he says, this is all Jimmy Dore. It's brilliant. He goes, what? Well, how am I know which car to buy? Ask the salesman. He's the expert. That's the narrative they were giving us in the media.
It literally is.
That's right.
Ask the salesman. I'm like, the absurdity is right there in your face. And everybody knows the auto dealer is going to crank the price up and sell you things you don't need.
No, Democrats are in like the funniest position, right? Because they're being sold like, they're the democracy protectors, TM. They're also fighting against fascism. And it's like, yeah, in order to fight against fascism, listen, we have to censor, we have to take away your guns, we have to do all these things, but that's just all to stop fascism. So just trust us on this.
Ketanji Brown was basically saying that in the Supreme Court hearing yesterday.
I can barely
speech,
discuss that woman.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
real quick.
Go ahead.
So you've got this Missouri Supreme Court arguments that are happening about social media. The federal government was going to social media and saying, hey, look at this post. It should be taken down. Why wasn't this taken down? And the argument from the government is that's not pressure. That's suggestion of their own moderation policies. Ketanji Brown in the Supreme Court says, I feel like the First Amendment is what was
she
it?
goes, so you're saying that the First Amendment is hamstringing the.
She says, I feel like the First Amendment is hamstringing the government here.
He was trying to say that was his argument, and he's like, well, yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
She needs to be removed from her seat. It is an abomination that she is allowed to be on the court. She refused to acknowledge that she can make a distinction between a man and a woman. She was lying. Everyone knows she was lying. There is no the every day that she sits on that court is a day that the court is it loses credibility. It is ridiculous.
That's the point.
And they allow her to talk more than anyone else.
I want to point out one thing. Every single Supreme Court justice that the Democrats are going to, put in a seat from now on will act and behave exactly like that woman.
Absolutely.
They have absolutely no intention of, putting someone forward that actually understands the Constitution and can properly interpret it.
No, they're putting people on that will intentionally and bold-faced lie.
Right.
I mean, that's what she was doing. She was basically saying that the government has the responsibility. The government's responsibility is to protect our rights, right? She was like, no, we need it here so that we can protect you. But what the whole crazy part is she was like, well, we want to stop misinformation or whatever. But they were the ones that were lying. They were the ones that were lying, and you were suppressing what was really true.
One of my favorite one of my favorites arguments from the government Solicitor General was that if the government is doing good, then you're allowed to violate the Constitution. Right. That's literally what their argument was. But we think we're doing good things, so it should be allowed. It's like,
right, right.
It's infuriating to hear people talk like that, because the concept of the Constitution is supposed to be like, the Constitution gives the government the powers that it has, and if it's not in there, then the government doesn't have that power. And there's even a whole list of 10 things specifically the government ain't allowed to touch, and yet all it does is violate the whole Bill of Rights.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are prepared for this next segment. From MSNBC.
Oh, no.
I give you: context only makes Trump's bloodbath comment worse.
I am going to die.
That's what Jen Psaki was saying.
Why won't they stop?
Actually, when it was proven that Trump was making a comment about the economy, it's worse than when he was talking about political violence.
Jen Psaki did a whole segment on that. She's like, context matters. And she kept going over like all the half clips that he's always said and trying to use that as the context.
This is from yesterday. Norman Eisen, former impeachment counsel to the House Judiciary Committee, and Ruth Ben-Ghiat, MSNBC columnist, they write, former President Donald Trump told a crowd in Dayton, Ohio on Saturday that if he does not get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. Trump's campaign and his supporters insist that he was simply talking about an economic bloodbath for the automotive industry, which was his topic immediately before and after this interjection. Immediately before and after? What? Okay, here they go. We agree with those who think he was not just talking about cars. Trump was implicitly threatening the nation with violence. That follows from his words and demeanor in the rest of his speech. His overall positioning as American savior from the existential threats and the broader context of his attacks on democracy, as analyzed by one of the authors of this piece, analyzes the American Autocracy Threat Tracker. Oh, very brilliant. Threat Tracker. Though the arc of Trump's thoughts is famously hard to follow, his campaign rhetoric repeats his basic narratives with small variations and blah, blah, blah. I absolutely love this. They say Trump says bloodbath, and Joe Scarborough's like, oh, I can't believe he said bloodbath. And then people play those clips of Joe Scarborough saying bloodbath like 300 times.
Right.
And then they write an article where they're like, he was talking about the automotive industry before, during, and after, but by saying bloodbath, actually he meant he was going to kill people.
Yeah, this is the most, I mean, what I actually think a lot of this doubling down has to do with the right wing being so on top of it at the very moment of it breaking. So they had to either back out or they had to completely double, triple down. And that's exactly what they've decided to do. None of us are surprised. I mean, their goal is to just get these headlines out there. How many people are seeing the headlines and not reading the article, right? Or not even going to find the truth. So their goal is to just find that. Send those headlines out there just for the general public to see and say, yep, you know, the media, why would they be lying about this? Trump definitely said this. They're going to be sticking with this definitely throughout the next
But you, of all people, know it works. When you interview people on the street, that's all they bring up are all these real quick headlines.
They know the headline works. And if you're talking to a leftist and they bring this up, it's going to take you a few moments to explain the context, which at that point, the person's already closed their ears. They don't want to hear it.
So my brother has this really funny post. He asked ChatGPT 4, if Donald Trump says there will be a bloodbath if he isn't elected, what does he mean? And ChatGPT says, if Donald Trump stated there would be a bloodbath if he isn't reelected, it's likely a metaphorical expression rather than a literal one. In political context, bloodbath often refers to a disastrous or very negative outcome, potentially indicating severe political, economic, or social turmoil. It might suggest that his not being reelected could lead to significant unrest or a metaphorical fight within the political landscape, possibly resulting in negative consequences for the country or his political party. This kind of language is often used to emphasize the importance of an election or to rally support by suggesting dire consequences if the outcome is not favorable. It's important to interpret such statements within the broader context of the speech or discussion in which they were made. To which my brother wrote, this is amazing. AI has already surpassed the intelligence of Democrats. Soon, it could be more intelligent than the average human.
Yeah.
You know, national IQ's been dropping, and the more people that they let in from these other countries who have like their average is 85 IQ points, we're all going down.
It's all going to go to 100. 100 is the average, which means
no, like
90.
the countries.
Yes, I understand. So when you have a population and everyone, if you take a bunch of people whose IQs are 80 and you put them into the American population, the IQ average stays at 100. It's just that everyone's stupider. IQ is an average.
Right.
Fine, but I'm saying that we're getting stupider. And but if you look at our IQ numbers over time, we're going.
You guys,
down.
really quick, Babylon B posted this, I think today or yesterday. It says unhinged Trump threatens more violence by promising to trigger a landslide on election day.
Yeah, there was actually a couple of them. What was the other one that was really good? Let me find it.
Just everyone's having fun with this, but I'm glad that people actually showed the truth as well. I think that the impact that these situations have on people that actually care, that actually want to be informed, will take the time to see that the media completely is lying to them. That's waking up a ton of people. So yes, Lisa, to your point, yes, this is going to work on the leftists. Especially when I'm talking to people on the street, they're going to be bringing this up for years. I'm going to be dealing with this for years.
They have
but a lot of people that care are going to change their minds for sure.
Babylon B has two of them. One of them was unhinged Trump threatens more violence by promising to trigger a landslide on election day, and it shows a picture of a landslide. The other one was media reports Trump threatened nuclear war after he says this guacamole is the bomb.
I heard the bomb when I didn't hear it.
The difference between this election cycle though and last time is that
we got more.
We don't have Twitter. We have Twitter now. Like at least the message is getting out more to more people because we're allowed to talk there.
The Babylon B says 9 times Trump clearly called for bloodshed. 1, when he told an actor to break a leg. Wishing physical pain and suffering an innocent Hollywood entertainer is no laughing matter. 2, when he said the chocolate cake at Mar-a-Lago was to die for, calling all of his fanatical followers to die for his cause, of course. When he said he was going to crush the competition, literally announcing his plan to kill his competitors. When he said he was about to blow up the bathroom. Here we go. When he told Kevin McAllister in Home Alone 2 that the lobby was down the hall and to the left, clearly code for genocide against the political left. When he said the New York Jets were getting slaughtered. When he said, make America great again, the phrase harkens back to a time when there was great bloodshed like the Civil War. When he told Melania she looked drop dead gorgeous, prayed for that woman's safety. And on January 6th, when he said, you have to go home now, we have to have peace, we have to have law and order, there's never been a more dangerous, violent statement made in American history. That was a good one, that last one.
Tim, back to our earlier conversation talking about like how the Republicans can't just be reactionary, they also have to lead. I think this was an interesting moment where, yes, they were reactionary. They were having fun with it as well, but they also led the conversation on social media, specifically X, when it comes to showing the context and also showing what Trump was actually talking about, which, by the way, is really important to Ohioans. I mean, they're a top 3, I believe, manufacturer for the automotive industry in the United States. This stuff actually matters to these people. So drawing more attention to that while also making fun of the left wing, the left wing's TDS is, I think, a home run.
My brother was like, they're pretending to be stupid. And I was like, maybe they are stupid.
Maybe they're not pretending.
Well,
but it really does feel like they're pretending not to understand.
It does.
There's a goal.
Is their goal to like, look, man, I've seen these videos from like, Fleckas or whatever, where they go to Times Square and they're like, can you name a country that starts with the letter U? And they're like, Utah. And it's like, that's a state. And they're like, oh, then no, I can't. How about the United States of America? And they go, oh, I don't think this works on those people either.
Yeah.
Like saying Trump called for a bloodbath to those people who are just not smart enough to understand the country they live in or geography, this is not going to sway them to vote. They're going to vote no matter what. They're going to vote Democrat when the ballot comes in.
Driving the hatred deeper and deeper with their base, the left-wing base, is also beneficial because people will turn out not to just vote for Joe Biden, as we know. They'll turn out to vote against Donald Trump. So there are multiple benefits to them doing this. They know the benefit of just getting the headlines out there. The right wing could never pull this off. One, I think the right wing would call the media out, the right wing media out, but also the right wing's too small to do this. Mainstream media is so powerful, they know that they can get away with these lies, and it doesn't matter if Daily Wire releases an article debunking it.
It really does come down to this. This doesn't work on the right because the right are scrupulous and inquisitive, and the left is passive. So this article context only makes Trump's bloodbath comment worse. The point of the article is not the article at all. It's the headline making an assertion that someone will see on their timeline on Facebook or wherever, and they'll not think twice.
Because the average person that they're targeting is only going to spend about 30 minutes a week actually ingesting politics.
Maybe less.
Maybe less, but they have
That's right.
kids, they have family, they got to get to soccer, they got to get to work, they got blah, 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 like blah, blah, blah. My guitar player has one child, and he is 2.5 now, and he is astounded that other people can actually have 2 children and go to work. Like, he has no idea how it happens.
For sure.
And I'm like, look, if this is hard for you, like, imagine what people that have like a boatload of kids or have, a normal life, they don't have the time to look into it, or at least they don't have the interest to look into this stuff. They want most of their politics to be handled by other people, and they want to be able to feel good about who they're voting for, which is why they do the default Democrat. The Democrats are the nice ones. The Republicans are mean, and they hear that all night long on late night TV and all, on all of the sitcoms they watch.
You've got 2 parents, and you've got the one parent that, like, here's how I feel, okay? Dad is frumpy, middle-aged office worker who will say things like, well, maybe you should get a job. And then the kid goes, shut up, Dad. And he goes, well, okay, I guess. And then the mom is like, anything for you, sweetie. I'm going to buy you all ice cream. And the kid's fat and lazy.
That is not the way it works in my house. I'm
talking about the country. Like, the Republican Party is just sitting there being like, son, I think you should maybe get a job. Dad, that's awful. And the mom goes, no, Sweetums shouldn't get a job. You could stay in the basement, play video games all day. I'll take care of it.
The parents
Your brother works real hard. He can pitch in for the bills.
Good times make soft men.
Wait, it's crazy that you brought that up, because I always say something similar to that, except for I do, instead of a married couple, it's maybe an uncle. You want to be liked or something like that. The kids get ice cream for breakfast. Great.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be the favorite uncle, but that's irresponsible parenting, of course, but the kids are going to like you, right? They get home, the parents are saying, you got to eat healthy, you have to be responsible, you have to do all these things,
ice cream's probably better than cereal.
Right.
So cereal's real bad.
You see these moms on TikTok, though. They're obese and their children are obese. They have them set in front of the TV and they're cutting up donuts and plating it. Like, they're showing that's what they give their kids for breakfast.
Jeez.
Like these nasty glazed donuts, and then they like put a couple cereal without milk on the plate, and then there's their breakfast as they're staring.
Not doing this on purpose, right? They're like, have you considered gorging yourself on disgusting poison? Not working out because working out is bad for you? I love that narrative. They were like, working out is a gateway to the right. You should remain fat, sedentary, body positive, eat your ice cream, shut up and abort your babies. And I'm like, someone who says that, like, if I went to my worst enemy and said, why don't you go and gorge yourself on ice cream all day, stop working out and abort your kids? Like, that's a mean thing to say to somebody, but that is the message of the Democratic Party for the most part.
So true.
Healthy at every size. Eat whatever you want. We don't care. So there's an article, cancer is expected to skyrocket in the United States among young people. And I'm like, yeah, because they're massively overweight. It's like some people think it's the vaccine or whatever. I'm like, look, I don't know about that. I can tell you this. You got a lot of lazy, sedentary people who are being told that being fat is good and to embrace it. And that will lead to cancer. But again, back to the main point, instead of getting into all that, you've got one political party that says, don't exercise, don't research, eat the plastic garbage,
don't have children,
don't have kids, sterilize your kids, abort your kids.
Also take all the pharmaceuticals. Like,
I just gotta
every
say,
vaccine imaginable.
I just gotta say, real quick, it seems like they don't want you to exist. You know what I mean? Like, Alex Jones is what he said on the Culture War show last year. They are setting bear traps, announcing where the bear traps are. And if you step in them, it's your fault.
Yeah, I think the idea of the right wing being like the party of the modern day party of like fitness and maybe even yoga and eating organic foods is actually a pretty funny concept. It's pretty wild how far we've come.
It is kind of crazy that like the right is so health obsessed that there's always some new thing to fear. And so I've gotten to this point where, Luke, he comes on, he's like, the seed oils. And I'm like, okay, the seed oils. And now at this point, I'm like, I'm only going to drink water, and I'm eating like rice flour with jam. I'm checking all the ingredients. I'm cutting everything out. Just now, if anyone ever comes to me and points out, oh, lecithin, Ooh, I got to. No, I cut that out of my diet. You did? Yep. I'm 10 steps ahead of you. I just decided I'm going to eat raw fish and nothing else.
We've
Leave me
become
alone.
the party of the people, right? The blue collar worker, and we're also the crunchy granola people
crunchy
too.
granola Republicans.
All of it is changed.
It is full. Like
exactly
the
right.
Republicans are full of earthy, crunchy people
just-
now.
yeah.
It's like Vermont, just like was like, yo, Donald Trump.
I got a challenge though.
It's so true.
It's so good.
I got a challenge. I say by election day, everybody who is not exercising, who's not in shape, challenge yourself that this year by election day you should be fit. Because
even
because look, if you want to win a culture war, if you want to win culturally, you got to take responsibility for everything, including yourself. So I got a personal trainer, and you don't need a personal trainer. There are apps that can do these things for you, and it is really easy. I was surprised how easy it is. Half an hour, 10 minutes every day. You really don't need that much to crank up your health.
Like a little bit. Honestly, not even, and I love the idea 100%, but honestly, not even get fit by November. Just start walking and walk 20 minutes a day and do that, 5 times a week until November. And your life will change.
I was reading this thing about an 85-year-old man who's like, I don't know the metric, but his health was like really, really good. He was fit. He had good circulation and everything. And he said he does a pretty intense workout every day, and they asked him what it was, and he says he would walk 4 blocks. He would go for a walk for 15 minutes, and they were like, that's it? And he's like, that's all it takes. And seriously, it's just moves.
I want to add something really quick. If people are actually looking to get into going to the gym and start working out and start being healthy, one, gym partner will change the game. Find a gym partner if you can. It's going to change the game for you. And then also morning workouts. It's going to give you more energy throughout the day. Ever since I started doing that, I actually can get through my day way better than I used to be able to do it.
I heard a really good idea today, actually. I don't know what apps you can use that might help you do this, but the general idea is workout partner, and the challenge is if you miss a workout, you got to send your partner $10.
Yeah, I like that.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what's
the workout
good to have,
partners,
too?
it's crucial. It's crucial. Shout out to Christian, my boy Christian.
It's good to have a friend who sends you pictures of ideal bodies every day and says, hey, get to the gym. That's him right there. He'll send me hot chicks and be like, Lisa, get to the gym.
There's absolutely no evidence that I do that.
So true.
All right, let's jump to this next story. Ladies and gentlemen, from Vanity Fair, Letitia James could start seizing Trump's assets on Monday after the ex-president admits he's too cash poor to pay $464 million civil fraud judgment. He's too cash poor. I don't know if that... Look, I don't know there is a single human being on the planet who has poor is the wrong way. How about he is not the wealthy, he is not the most cash-rich man on the planet, therefore he can't pay this. Does that work?
I just think at this point, they're looking for an own here with these headlines. They're just basically showing how financially illiterate they are. Like nobody just has $500 million in the bank just chilling. Like they wouldn't.
Right,
know?
but most the average voter doesn't.
I'm talking about billionaires, by the way.
Right, but the average voter, they don't invest. They don't invest in stocks or whatever. They rely on Social Security.
Trump's a billionaire.
Trump's a
He just
billionaire.
has it.
Doesn't he just have it all in his bank account?
All his Wells Fargo account.
So what?
People really think that's kind of wild. Here's the crazy thing. Trump isn't the sole owner of his properties in New York. This could mean that they want to try to seize his assets, but they cannot. They would have to force Trump to sell. They could not seize the building. They could try and seize his share, but then it creates problems with other partners in these buildings, so they can't just do that, which is interesting.
They could liens, right? They could put liens on the properties, right?
So what I was reading earlier is Trump may be liable, but he has partners in these buildings. The government can't go after those partners because of something Trump did, so it effectively locks those properties unless the state negotiates with those partners. Theoretically, they might not be able to seize anything, and Trump might just be able to tell them to go screw themselves.
This has to go to court, though. It can't just on Monday, they can't just start seizing his property. It has to go to court and through a litigation process.
No. It did. That's over.
No, I thought it has to go to another one for the seizing assets part.
No.
I'm pretty sure it is.
You mean to take his...
To take his assets, yes. To seize this...
Yeah, because they wouldn't they have to figure out which assets
now
he'd be removing?
Right, yeah. Once he couldn't take the bond part, then it goes to... And they decide they want to seize his assets, then it has to go through another litigation process, I believe. I'm almost certain.
I believe you are correct.
Right.
That they would now have to file saying, we are going to now seize this.
Yes.
It's worth X. And the interesting thing is,
How about the overvalued properties then?
well, but that's going to be interesting because Trump's partners in these properties, because there's no, of course, he as a single individual doesn't own them. They're going to say this property is worth 20 million, and the partner's going to go, it's 300 million. Uh-oh. This is an impasse. I mean, they're corrupt and they're doing whatever they want anyway, but it's going to be really interesting when they're like, Trump's properties are overvalued, therefore we're seizing them, and the partner's saying, nope, we're valuing them even higher now. Then what? They're going to say, you're committing fraud by claiming they're worth more.
Yeah.
The precedent that set, by the way, is like anybody who ever gets a mortgage is now committing fraud.
100%.
Because
guys, I got to read this. I got to read this.
Yeah,
go for it.
It says, but wait, one might say if Trump is as rich as he says he is, and his business is as successful as he has long claimed, coming up with $557 million should be no problem. But of course, Trump isn't as rich as he claims to be. As of last year, he was reportedly worth $2.6 billion, which is a lot richer than your average American, but nowhere near what he has bragged about, and definitely not enough to put up more than $500 million in cash. There is not a single human being on the planet who has $500 million in cash.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Right.
Not a single human being.
You'd be stupid to do that.
Yeah, you'd be a total moron. But also, you know, when it comes to Donald Trump, you look at all these before and afters with people, you know, let's say getting into Congress and then leaving, or becoming the president and then leaving, and everyone walks away more wealthy. Donald Trump was probably in recent history one of the only exceptions to that rule. His net worth actually dropped after he left office because during his presidency, they tried sabotaging him on every level as well. This is probably the most egregious case against him right now, though, for sure. You know, nobody was shafted out of any money. It's a typical, hey, I'm getting a loan. What is this property worth? I think it's worth this.
And the money that he would have to pay goes to the state. So that's going to go to who? Illegal aliens, right? Like it doesn't Israel. Somebody else.
I think
that money is just going to be turned into bombs.
But my whatever. I don't know.
I think I'm just gonna, you know, probably maybe in July, just start digging a big hole.
And put your money in the backyard?
No, and building a bunker underground where I
that
can
makes sense.
seal it away with 35 years worth of food to get ready for what's coming in November. Probably January, actually, not November.
There will be riots if Donald Trump wins. There will be riots day one. Actually,
of course.
Well, in 2017, there was riots during his inauguration. Is that correct?
Me and my mom couldn't get in.
Understatement.
Yep.
Right.
You can't have millions of people flooding the country, Democrats breaking every law. There's no rule of law in this country at all, and then expect either party to win in November and it to be peaceful.
I imagine that the population is not going to respond the same to riots now as they would, or as they did, you know, a couple of years ago, because I feel like the American people are over it. And if
some people,
I think generally, again, my friends in LA they're like, look, we just want things to be back to normal. And if Trump wins and people start tearing the country apart and there are big riots, I do think, of course, it's not going to be the committed leftists. They're going to be the ones doing the tearing apart. But the average person, the default Democrat, the normal guy is going to be like, I am fed up with this horse shit.
But they're not going to do anything about it.
Well, no, hold on. The problem is, historically, what has gone on is you get communists and you get progressives and they start making a mess out of your society, and the response is the reactionaries get fed up with it and they say, bring the boot down on these assholes, and everybody loses freedom. Because the only way to take care of authoritarians, people that initiate violence and think that by any means necessary is acceptable, the only way to deal with them is with force.
Right,
you must be violent.
As we discussed earlier in the show, that our
From the
police
police,
force,
I mean. Police, not like people.
But the police are on the crazy people side, and the judicial system is on the crazy people side. So even if you have a bunch of people that are like, I am sick of this, these normies that are sick of it, what's going to happen?
Well,
Nothing's going to happen.
If I'm being totally honest, I think a lot of the normies left. I mean, you talk about like Portland, there's barely any conservatives in Portland anymore. So many people left. You can talk about LA. You can talk about all other cities around the country where people were rioting. But something funny to Phil's point, actually, talking about like essentially the return to normalcy. Honestly, I think we're at the point where Republicans should actually just grab onto that catchphrase, which was being used by the Democrats in 2019. Sorry, 2020, my bad. Because things are so out of control right now. You can easily just pull the "we need to return to normalcy," go back to the Trump era politics because it was much more normal than this.
Yeah, that's something I was gonna say to mention to what Phil was saying. When I tell my friends in music in LA, like, do you remember 2018? It just like it's like a hard like rejection from the Matrix, and they're like, "Whoa,
yeah,
I had so
right.
much money in 2018," and I'm like,
Yeah,
"Yeah, everything was great then."
Yeah,
it's wild. People just don't think about it like that though. You're right. Like I see what Lisa's saying. They don't think about it being like the Democrats, but
it was like 2 less
people
wars.
are being red pilled. They're being like ejected forcibly. When you tell them that, they're like, "Wow, I did have a lot of money." Yeah, it's just a shock, you know?
No, totally, 100%. I'm being totally serious when it comes to return to normalcy. 2 less wars. The border wasn't wide open for some reason.
No new wars, 0.
Right. No new wars. Actually, we also had. I think Democrats were a lot less advocating for. I don't know if I could say this, sex changes for.
For kids.
For kids, yeah. So that was a lot less popular at the time too. So perhaps that could be looked at as a return to normalcy.
There are a handful of things that the average person has said, "What in the hell?" First of all, the inflation, the LGBT stuff that's been going on. The average person is like, "Wait a minute, shit is getting real crazy."
And that's really in every school now. My daughter just had a basketball game the other night, and it was a K through 5th grade. And there's trans flags up there. This is a safe zone, a poster from the ADL. And this is just like a nice, normal.
Where are the Republicans to counter any of it?
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. I started like making a scene there. One of the other parents like, "Please chill out." And I was like, I'd like to rip that off the wall.
Well, it's talking about sexuality with children, and the trans one is a lot more than that too.
Kindergarten through 5th grade. It was an elementary school outside of Philadelphia.
This is why I say, like, the Republicans, every Republican right now should be trying to pass a bill for the Department of Gun Services to mandate the government pay for and distribute guns to all 16-year-olds. There's no counterposition to anything the left does. The right should be arguing that anyone who uses preferred pronouns should be banned from social media. But the right is arguing the moderate position on everything. That's what I was saying earlier about the right just playing to the narrative of the left. The left will say, it's unfair that you're not using our pronouns. And the right will say, we don't think people should be forced to do anything, and say, well, let's compromise. How about we just have some pronouns are protected? And then the right's just like, okay. The left says, we want to ban all guns. And the right goes, no, you shouldn't ban guns. And they go, how about some guns? Fine. The Democrats will go to the Republicans and say, I'll tell you what, you want your funding bill passed? Agree with me on banning this one gun. And it's just one. And it's popular. People don't like this one gun. They go, okay, fine. And they keep giving the Democrats compromise. The Democrats never give back. And the Democrats go on TV and claim the Republicans are extremists. It's remarkable, isn't it?
No, you're totally spot on about that. I mean, when it comes to the actual, their extreme push to push whatever ideology they're trying to implement needs an extreme rejection.
An equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
So when they say ban people for not using the right pronoun, we say ban people for using the wrong pronoun. Yeah. You want to compromise? Okay, don't ban anybody. That's the compromise.
Yeah, but like then it gets, because they own the media, then it gets like tricky. Think about abortion. Like, okay, lock up any woman or doctor that gets an abortion or creates ones, right? And then that gets.
So what?
I'm just saying. I would like that.
What about your moral position do you think people wouldn't agree with?
Well, most people don't agree with locking the woman up for actually getting it. I don't know why they don't. I do.
Maybe it's because no one's ever made the argument to them.
No, I think they don't.
I think the reason that they don't agree with it is because they
want the option.
They visualize themselves being locked up, regardless of whether they're going to get pregnant or whatever. The reason that they reject it is because they visualize themselves.
I think the issue is conservatives, at least as long as I've been alive, the right have never they never want to actually argue their position. They want to argue what they think is popular to try and they go, but it's about winning. In order to win, we have to agree with the left and then inch our way backwards while the media completely misconstrues and then calls our moderate position extremist. It's like, okay, dude, look, if you think abortion should be completely illegal across the board entirely in the country, and you don't ever argue that position, Americans will never hear that position. And what happens is conservatives then go, we can't take the position, it's too extreme, so let's just tell people that we think there should be some restrictions. Then they come out and they go, we think there should be some restrictions. And the New York Times goes, far-right extremist. And they turn the moderate position into the extreme position because the right is unwilling to actually argue their true moral position.
But no matter what they're going to do, they're going to call you an extremist anyway, so you might as well just say exactly what you believe, which is, I think, is fine. But it's still, like, a lot of this stuff doesn't resonate with
Well,
the average soccer
then-
mom.
But
which
so
I
I'll
hate
put it
the
this way:
suburban mom thing,
if you think you have an unpopular position, then just accept that you've lost.
yeah, well,
My view is, if it for my beliefs, I think I have to argue and convince people that I am correct. And if there is something that I'm completely wrong about, I will continue to argue for why I think I'm right. I don't see a point in being like, well, most people, it's strange to me that there are people who think, I have this position, I know it's true, I know it's correct, but I won't argue it because no one will agree with me. It's like,
I
well,
mean, Trump just said that. Like, that's why I brought that example up. Trump just said, I think that abortion is murder. You have to have the 3 exceptions. I'm going to release a plan in a couple days. I think this was yesterday that he said this.
They're probably just doing the 15-week.
And-
essentially,
right, and
is
he's like,
most of what MAGA's getting behind.
But he said, he's like,
stuff.
I believe that it's murder, that life begins at conception, but you gotta like give a little, and that's basically what he's doing. That's exactly what Trump's doing, putting out like this new plan that's gonna have
what about
some X
the-
number of
what
weeks
about
the
there.
strategy of
the
going
gun
inch
issue,
by
I
inch,
think-
though? What about the strategy of going
You're
inch by
not
inch?
going inch. We're going inch by inch to the left because what's happening is Democrats say ban all guns. They came out and they said ban all semi-automatic weapons. And it was like 2018. I went to the March for Life, and there were people holding up signs saying ban assault weapons, or I'm sorry, ban assault rifles. And so I was like, hey, can I talk to you about your sign? And then they're like, sure. And I was like, so why do you want to ban assault rifles? And they said things like, no one should be allowed to get a gun and go, and I was like, well, that's actually already illegal. And they were like, it is? And I was like, I had one lady fold up her sign and goes, oh, I didn't know that. And I was like, yeah, assault rifles, like fully automatic, those are illegal. But was there something else? They had a bill that would ban all semi-automatic weapons, and it didn't go through. The Democrats are quite literally coming out saying ban all guns. The only thing that would be available is like 5-round revolvers after this one bill they tried passing. And the Republicans are saying, no, wait, don't. There's no counterpoint from Republicans as to what they actually believe gun laws should be.
The counterpoint from Republicans should just be, okay, well, look.
Repeal the NFA.
Yeah, we need to repeal the NFA. We need to repeal the Hughes Amendment to the 1986 sportsman law, make machine guns legal again for the average person. There were machine guns being sold from the Sears catalog, mail order. And it was sent right to your door.
You could go with the position like ban the ATF, like get rid of the ATF.
Really quick. I think for actually effective policy and to actually have effective change, you need to have both those positions. People that are taking the hard two-way stance of whatever you want to
buy everybody
say.
guns,
and then there's also the inch by inch. You mentioned that the ban assault weapons, that's wildly unpopular because it's kind of a really big step. That's why Democrats, what is more effective for them is the little by little. But they also have
thinking the right should do.
What inch by inch would I say? Constitutional carry. There's been a lot of victories for the Second Amendment in the last few years, just with federal judges alone.
You would consider constitutional carry inch by inch?
Taking things back.
Yeah. But you would consider that inch by inch? Because it's my opinion, and I think that if you talk to your average Democrat, it's my opinion that isn't inch by inch. That's a significant win. If you can go from having to ask permission to being able to just go into the store, buy the gun, you obviously have to do the NICS check because that's federal. But if you can just go and buy the gun and walk around with it in concealed, that's a big win. And I think the average person thinks the average person thinks that doesn't happen.
What about ammo? What about a magazine capacity? Do you consider that a big win as well? I would too, but I could also consider that an inch by inch.
The thing is, when it comes to magazine capacity, there's only 6 or 7. There's only 6
My
or
point
7,
is,
no, there's only 6 or 7 states where that matters. The gun control stuff needs to be is straight up Second Amendment stuff. It should be as big as you can go all the time. The
if you want to win,
my original point
has the right policy.
No, listen.
Both. You need people that are going big and people that are going small.
Winning inch by inch only comes from going big. Period.
Correct.
Because if the Democrats come out and say ban all semi-autos, and you say no, don't, they'll say compromise. We'll ban these ones. They're dangerous, and that's the middle ground. Instead, we should say unban all guns, and they'll say no, ban all guns. How about a middle ground? We leave it where it is. We ban nothing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that happened with AOC and the Green New Deal. Everybody thought she was crazy, even the Democrats, when she started introducing it. And now she got it into the national narrative. And now everybody talks about the Green New Deal.
Get rid of explosive
on
devices
board.
as a concept. Get rid of destructive devices as a concept. That means that you can have hand grenades and buy.
You should have hand grenades. I think that should be fine.
But the ATF needs to go. Get rid of it entirely. You want to buy something? There are plenty of laws for if you blow up your neighbor's house.
You know what we
right?
should have said when the Democrats
go to jail forever.
When
for
the
sure.
Democrats came out and said abolish the police, the Republicans should have said, as long as you're including the ATF, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, et cetera,
Let's
et cetera,
go. Yeah.
then they would have been like, well, wait, well, we don't want to do that. I mean, could you imagine if when all the Democrats were 100% on board with abolish the police, Republicans said agreed, all in favor? Then the bill would not be police; it would be like all law enforcement.
Right.
As long as they're federalized, they're happy. That's why they don't mind the National Guard being in the subways in New York, but they wanted the local cops out. They want anything that's federal.
That would have been actually man. See, this is the problem with the Republican Party. When the Democratic activists came out and said defund the police, the Democrat politicians denied it was happening. Republicans should have 100% got on board and said, yes, we agree.
Yeah, get rid of everybody.
Because then it would have created a weird contradiction where the left progressive activists were demanding a thing Republicans were agreeing with, and the Democratic politicians would be like, uh-oh. Force the Democrats to come out and one-up the Republicans and say, we're going to abolish the ATF and the FBI. Oh, there we go.
No, I mean, it's certainly true that the group that's pushing harder and more radical is going to get, somewhere
concessions,
closer to what they actually want, right? Yeah, as for defund the police, I mean, I almost feel like the Democrats are at a point where years would pass and they would have this sort of revisionist history where they'd be like, oh, it was actually all the Republicans' idea.
It's already
and
happened.
It was never, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They would never admit that they had anything to do with a bad idea a few years ago.
This is the issue that I see. I said the other night, and I've said it several times, that I blame Christians for where we are today because they're too tolerant, because they're accepting. And when we started to get a rise in degeneracy and what we can only describe as atypical behaviors, good Christians said, be kind and let's be nice to these people and give them a little bit of what they're asking for. And these people are extremist psychopath communists who chipped away at the block until there's very little left. And the same thing happens today. We continually give the screaming, petulant child what they want. Yep. Eventually, you get a screaming, petulant adult who is violent and destructive.
It is the politics of pacify the noisiest group.
Yep.
It's 100. That's the way that our system works now.
The issue now is, why is it that the average American would oppose locking up a woman for getting an abortion along with the doctor? If the moral position of Christians is that it is murder, the woman is choosing to engage in that murder. And let's say there are exceptions to this law. It's like there are reasonable exceptions. Why would the average person? Here's what happens. The extremists will advocate for the most extreme position, abortion at the point of birth. And the moderates go, well, I don't think the woman should go to jail. And what do you get? You move in the direction of abortion at the point of birth. That's where we're at now in numerous states. Colorado, for instance, abortion at the point of birth.
They'll admit it, though. I just was on Twitter the other day, and there's women, like, literally in this Twitter feed celebrating, like, killing their babies, like, over and over again. And the Democrats say that doesn't happen. People don't use it as birth control. But they're bragging about them. They're so proud and happy, and, like, it's absolutely disturbing.
Before Roe was overturned, I had a conversation with a very, very pro-choice woman, and I was like, look, the average conservative hears you talking about the way you talk about abortion, hears people like, what was her name, Michelle Wolf and the Shout Your Abortion. The average conservative hears that, and first of all, they think, this is not what we signed up for. This is not what we thought abortion was going to be. We were okay with safe, legal, and rare. You're shouting your abortion. You're shouting like a party. You're literally celebrating death. That makes you a fucking ghoul. Like, you are absolutely a monster. I was like, you're never going to convince people that look at you and see an actual monster that you are in the right. You're never going to. And I told her, you're going to lose Roe because of this. And it's happened because of the way that people have behaved about it. Because kill the baby as its head comes out, we'll just smush it.
But Tim was right. The Christians have been, like, if you go around any other church, maybe besides some Baptist and some Catholic church, there's like Episcopalian and all that. There's trans flags out there and pro-choice things, and they're basically fake churches at this point, right? But and so they've bought into this whole tolerance. There's like women preachers that are like doing all kinds of crazy things. But I will say that lately, And I don't know if it's just because I'm into like Christian Twitter or whatever, but I've been feeling a resurgence of Christianity big time. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but
it's not.
I mean,
I think they saw what they screwed up on from the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. Like, I think I think a lot of them have woken up to, we didn't push back at this, you know?
I think
and now
they're
for some
getting-
reason we're actually like debating sex changes for children. Like that's how far we've allowed it to go.
and they're getting
Too
louder
far.
and they have more righteous anger and they're spreading it, and I'm here for it. Like I appreciate it. I definitely see a shift though.
We're going to go to Super Chats. So if you haven't already,
there
would you kindly
already?
smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, because this show is made possible thanks in part to viewers like you. And when you become a member, you get access to the Discord server. What does that mean? For those that aren't familiar with what Discord is, you download the app, you log in, become a Timcast member, the instructions are on the website, and all of a sudden you are in a chat room, multiple chat rooms with tons of like-minded individuals. You're sharing ideas, you're building networks, you're building community. This is how we counter their network. We need networks of people who are artists, who are creatives, who are mechanics, who are engineers. And then when you say, I got an idea, someone else says, hey, I know how to implement that idea. You come together and we start building that parallel economy. That's how we do it. Also, you can watch the Uncensored show, which will be coming up in about a half an hour at timcast.com on the front page. And those are always fun. Here we go. Kale says, on 3/21, Chronic Golf and Games on Hilton Head will have 20 bags of Mr. Bocus available. What is it with Mr. Bocus? Every cent donated to the feline charity Tim Picks for Alex Stein's Blend. So customers can choose to donate more. Rip Bocus. Wow, very cool.
Oh, sweet.
Awesome.
All right. What do we have here? The Authentic Hydro says, evening, folks. My wife and I went to the hospital this morning and now have a new addition to the family. Please welcome baby Matthias to the world. Welcome, Matthias.
Wow, congrats.
Let's go.
That's
there
amazing.
are great challenges before you, but maybe you'll save the world.
Have 6 more.
6.
I'm thinking,
That's right.
Yeah, 7 maybe. 6 seems a little bit low.
Just cranking them out. Irish twins. Every 9 months. Get back
Let's
to
go.
it. Ladies, come on. Hard work. All right. This is not the account you're looking for. Says the new shirt only come in Bloodbath Red. They say it's a great test color. Not just everyone agrees. Yeah, so we made the Obama Hope picture, but it's Trump saying Bloodbath.
It's so good.
He's
Love it.
smiling.
It's amazing.
He was
can't wait
referring
to
to
wear
an
it.
economic crisis.
The
And the
smirk.
media is like screaming and bashing their heads in the wall. These people are just nuts. All right. Rob says Republicans need to put forth a bill that diverts all foreign aid and money to criminal immigrants to border security and universal health care. It will fail and the Dems will have to explain why they killed it. That's a good idea, actually. Universal health care.
Oh,
Max
marry
Reddick-
them together. I get what they're saying. Good.
So that the Democrats have to shoot down
Yeah.
universal health care. Max Reddick says, Tim, can we please get Destiny back on the culture war? Great conversation to have about J6 and Biden family corruption, especially because he's wrong. Yeah, but I feel like we've debated that with him and he's debated that like 300 times. So I'd much rather have a more current conversation or something.
I feel bad abusing him too because he's constantly like everybody's debating that he's like the only one that shows up for the left. You know, it's like can you come on every month?
Lisa,
I respect-
it's
I respect
fine.
that.
It's fine.
I know. It's fine.
Zane Thomas says it's Ramadan. Don't forget to eat some bacon. Or if you're Muslim, you don't eat until what is sundown?
Let's go. I'm with that person. I like that person.
Well, look, as a non-Muslim, I will eat bacon whenever I so choose. But I got no issue with people who practice Ramadan and don't want to eat bacon. I got no practice with no beef with Christians who don't eat meat on Fridays. Like, hey
I'm not
man,
gonna speak.
it's supposed to be about like don't hurt other people. The problem is now the left ideology is impose on other people.
Yep.
Hey man, you go off, you don't eat meat. I'm not gonna yell at you if you're vegan. I don't care. I'm gonna eat what I want to eat. I got people telling me that sugar is the devil now that I start eating carbs again with my personal trainer, and I'm just like, yeah, you're entitled to that view. I got no beef. I got a personal trainer. I'm gonna do what he says. If it doesn't work, then I'll stop. But I don't know. I kind of feel like these people have been doing this since the dawn of time, so probably it's gonna work.
Right. Fair.
Yeah. But I've been eating a lot of rice. It's like the difficult thing in getting your macros that I found is everything's got fat in it. So if you just need sugar or you just need protein, there's fat in it. But rice flour is pure carbs and literally nothing else.
Are you doing meal prepping?
No, but I have an app that tracks macros, so you put it in. I didn't realize how much rice you have to eat. I ate an insane
You
amount
have
of
to
rice.
eat
today.
a lot of everything.
It's
when
nuts.
you get
especially like when you're working out, when you start working out, you eat like double what you're doing
It's
before
nuts.
too.
I'm eating more than I've ever eaten in my life. It's
Right.
insane. It's kind of great. I'm
Yeah,
lying.
it
It's
is great,
awesome.
yeah.
I was after I finished dinner, I was like, I have to get dessert. That's crazy. Before it was like, no, I shouldn't do dessert. I'm trying to be healthy and everything. Now it's like I'm doing like an hour Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And so today we did a good amount of like lifting and squats and stuff like that. And I'm also skating in between. So I'm getting like double leg time. And so I'm like one day I think I burned 4,000, like last week it was like 4,000 calories in one day. And I only ate 2,100 as per, because that's supposed to be caloric deficit. Like it's build muscle, lower body fat percentage. And so we go out to eat and I finish my meal and I look and I was still short carbs and I was still short fat. So I was like, okay, what can I order? Chocolate covered strawberries. Let's go. Extra whipped cream.
Yeah,
Gotta get it in there.
Makes life better.
You know.
Dude, Goku's right, man. Just gotta
jam it all in there.
Keep eating rice.
Let's grab some more. Michael Pepper says, enjoy the shows, and my girls and I enjoy your music. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. We got a new song we're working on. It's going to be sad.
The hook, though. Oh, the hook's
Nothing
good.
better than sad music, though. Like, that's the best kind. If the sadder, the better. So make a good sad one, Tim.
We'll see. We'll see. It's hard to do, right? All right, let's go. What do we got here? Mordred the Hero says, hi everyone. I'm looking to become a full-time bladesmith and work for myself, give value to the world. I hope to create heirloom quality products.
That's
Follow
cool.
up super chat to come. Very cool.
That's amazing.
That's a
great.
cool
Yeah, super cool.
thing.
Yeah.
Cody Justin says, massive power outage in rural western Arizona. Uh-oh. What's that all about? One of the coolest drives I've ever been on was when I drove from California back to Chicago and I drove through Arizona. And I don't know where I was, but it was like a swamp. And it was it was green. And it was just like the road was elevated and there was swamp to the left and the right. And there was fog. It was like driving through a horror movie. It was
Right.
awesome.
Spooky.
Yeah, I
That
don't remember
sounds
where it
cool.
was, but it was cool. Department of Depressure says, did you see Planet Fitness took a nosedive today? They dropped by what, like 7%?
My mom canceled her membership. Yep.
I'm sorry, what happened with Planet Fitness again?
They let that guy, like a man who wasn't even like passing,
Oh,
shave
yeah,
his
yeah,
beard
yeah.
and all, and there was like a 12-year-old girl in the bathroom. It's gross.
The issue is with stores like this, we don't even know if it was a trans person or not a trans person. What happens is, like with the Wii Spa, there was an actual man, not a trans person, in exposing himself to little girls. And when the woman complained, they were like, well, we can't comment on gender identity. And she's like, it's a man, though.
Had already
And they're
been
like,
in trouble with the law as
Yes,
well before that.
Yep. So when this happens at Planet Fitness immediately defaults to like, well, you know, trans people are like, no one said it was a trans person doing this. It was a guy in the women's bathroom.
They
like,
doubled
shaving a
down
beard.
today. They doubled
really?
down today, and they said they were like, we stand by our no judgment policy and whatever. But this was like a man shaving his beard, like in the mirror.
Yeah.
Like,
well, ladies, women voted for this.
I did not.
You
I
guys-
did not.
You didn't, but
we have
women in
to-
general do.
We have to return to normalcy.
All right, let's go.
I'm gonna keep that slogan.
Jacob Thompson says, I'm going to say this. An unpopular opinion. One of the reasons we are having people willing to do anything for their jobs is that they're living with debt. As someone who has never had a credit card or credit score for the 33 years of my life, free your monthly income. I don't think the issue is debt because a lot of people really just don't pay their debt. I think the issue is when people have kids. Look, the far left has no children. They rarely have kids, so they have nothing. They can sacrifice everything. The people on the right have kids, and they cannot sacrifice their lives for a political cause because their kids need to survive. What ends up happening then is a leftist will say, I don't care if I go to jail. What does it matter? I have nothing else to live for.
Mm-hmm.
A person on the right says, I can't go to jail. I have kids. They need me. I have to feed them.
Yep.
So when it comes to the police or comes to any job, they say, I will do whatever you say to protect my kids, even if it's evil. And the far left takes the jobs, forces the political pressure, and that ends up commanding the police to do evil things.
The most dangerous people in the world are people that have nothing to lose, always.
100%.
Right.
Idle hands are the devil's playground.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Jason Dixon says, I bet that woman voted for the people who wrote the laws and support her being arrested and will still vote for them. You know, I don't disagree. The lady, the homeowner who got arrested.
I wish somebody would ask her.
I'm really curious because you know, yeah, I don't know.
And what they should ask is, ma'am, I'm curious, as you're being arrested, did you vote Democrat? Because we're trying to figure out if we should laugh at you or try and help you.
I'm being totally honest. I mean, yes, I think that's kind of the case. It's like, did you ask for this, or are you just kind of caught in the crossfire? I
If
don't know.
she voted Democrat, I would laugh at her, and if she didn't, I'd start like a GoFundMe to help her with her legal costs. Like that's where I would be.
If she voted for Democrat, I wouldn't laugh at her. I'd say, ma'am, please don't vote Democrat again, because look what they're doing to you. Will you please consider voting for Donald Trump? And then she might say yes.
Lisa would still laugh at her.
I would.
But this was the Milo problem. Milo was ragging on people for being overweight, and then took a picture of a fat guy in a gym and made fun of him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now that guy's gonna be like, I can't go anywhere without being attacked.
Okay, but there's no reason to be like unnecessarily cruel. But actually telling people that they're fat, like people say to me, we do Twitter Spaces all the time.
Never in the gym though.
Okay, fine, not in the gym.
No.
Not in the gym, but
Totally.
I do Twitter Spaces all the time, and people will say to me like, "Lise, I went on a diet because I don't want you to call me fat because everybody knows I don't like fat people that much."
No
so
matter.
like, I was
gonna say is no matter what, anyone you see in the gym, it's always looking good.
Yep.
No, yeah, you want to
100%.
encourage people that are trying.
that's
You always
absolutely
like,
right.
listen, if somebody's in there trying, you want to give them encouragement, like, good for you, all of that. I'm not saying you have to be unnecessarily mean. However, there is a component of shaming that works, that's effective. I know
Yeah,
because...
but not in secret ballots.
Okay, that's true. But like in real life, you can, like you were saying, the Milo problem. Milo was like unnecessarily cruel about it, but you can say, nobody wants to see you naked. Like you can say that.
It's just healthy criticism and being honest with people.
In the
That's
real
really all
world,
that is. What you're talking about there.
I'm talking about a lady who has no idea what's going on politically, is now having her home taken away from her, and she votes Democrat, and now's the open door where you can say, but this is what Democrats were proposing the whole time.
And by the way, not just her, but that'll break a cycle with potentially her friends around her,
Yeah.
maybe her kids, maybe whatever else it may be.
One
So there's a
more-
lot of opportunity there for sure.
But then they'll say Orange Man bad, and he's gonna like,
And my response would be, well, that may be, but
that's when you laugh.
I'll take your house. Like if you think Trump is so bad that I deserve to take your house from you and you lose it, then don't vote for Trump. No matter how bad you think he is, at least he'll try and get you your house
I think
back.
Trump derangement syndrome is so real.
But it's not.
and
It's not even that.
everywhere.
Look, it's New York, and if they say, yeah, but Trump's bad, and be like, well, look, honestly, don't vote for Trump, but just stop voting for the Democrats in New York. These are the people that voted to take your house. They're the ones who passed the laws to say your house was be given away. Look at any other candidate who's running.
true.
And vote for them instead, because
Yeah.
you got moderate Republicans in New York.
I think a lot of Democrats too, they don't know that it is their fault. A lot of them, if they're just, let's say, a fairly apolitical person that is maybe just, yeah, sure, I lean left. Yeah, I'm a Democrat. Yeah, my friends are Democrats. Maybe they don't know because a lot of this stuff is pretty disconnected. They don't know that a lot of the crime in these communities is just out of control because they're DA. They don't know, like, their DA is allowing a bunch of criminals back on the street. Like, I think a lot of them are very disconnected from the cause of these problems. And so maybe, yeah, she could be a Democrat, but she has absolutely no clue that it's Democrats that want this.
Yeah, it's crazy actually. Like in LA, they just I hear them always say, "Oh, the Republicans are causing all this problem." Like,
You're
what
like,
Republicans?
Where?
There's none.
Seriously,
Like,
in
yeah.
California?
I'm in Orange County. Like, you talking about me? Like, what do you?
like
no
20
joke.
people
No
here?
joke. So again,
Wild,
you're
dude.
from Orange County.
Yeah.
That's literally my buddy. My buddy lives in Lakewood, and he's like, "Yo, I tell you what, I see all the MAGA guys down in Orange
Yeah,
County,
yeah.
and they're the problem."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Really, dude? There's MAGA people here in California." He's like, "I swear to God." I'm like, "All right."
They're the ones
man,
voting in
right."
LA County?
Right.
Really?
Jason,
I didn't know that.
Jason Dixon says, didn't you vote for Democrats, Tim? Them. Yeah. In 2008. 16 years ago, I voted for Democrats.
Tim, what were
And that
you
was
thinking?
in Chicago. And then after Obama blew up a bunch of kids, I was like, wow, I'm never voting again. And I think it was, I didn't vote again until 2020, I think, when I voted Republican all the way down the board in New Jersey.
Can you believe 2008 was 16 years ago? Wow, it does not seem that long. I'm getting old.
Yeah.
Whew.
16
That's
years ago.
really scary when you say it like that.
Was
You have no idea.
2008 the Romney year, or was that?
Yeah.
Was that Romney?
No, it was McCain.
Oh, McCain,
and
then
was
Romney was
Ron
next.
Paul
Okay,
and
right.
Barack Obama.
Good memory right there.
I love these attempts at manipulating the conversation to trick. We got a Fed in the chat. The douche nugget, aka a Fed, says, so if playing by the rules doesn't work, why do you keep insisting we try to play by the rules to affect change? You don't even have to call for anything. Just got to stop lying about peace being an option and say nothing. I feel like these are always like black pill. There's no option. You can't actually win. And then like Public Square announces like 1,000% increase in revenue generation over the past year. So we're clearly winning culturally. Disney loses $1 billion. Tyson Foods facing a boycott. Bud Light's facing a boycott. Lost $40 billion, 30 in market value and 10 in sales. Target lost a bunch of money. We're getting tremendous strides. It's just, it's frustrating. We're in conflict with people who are evil and breaking the rules, and we are saying, here's a solution: build public square, build networks. It's working. We're winning. The people who say like these black pill messages, even if, I'll put it this way, even if it's hopeless, the worst possible thing in the world is demoralization. It's like convincing everybody to give up before they even tried, and we don't even know what the status is. We have until November to figure things out, and Trump is currently ahead in most of the polls.
I think like every single one right now, almost.
There's a few
for the swing states for sure. Like
yeah, swing states, absolutely, and that's all that matters. But Trump's up 1.7 nationally. The congressional, the generic ballot is Republican leaning. So we must pay attention to what the Democrats are doing. We must counter it, and we've effectively done that with Texas winning this border battle with the bloodbath narrative that was destroyed, and it's become a joke. Fake news was made up by the press to insult Trump. Trump took that and turned them into the fake press, into the fake news, and they immediately were like, no, don't call us that. Now we're turning bloodbath into a hilarious meme and criticizing Joe Biden, and they're doubling down desperate. They are losing narrative control. So it's not so much about the rules. What I'm saying is these people think, I'm going to be honest, and everything will work out. And then the Democrats launch a shadow campaign. Yep. The rules are the shadow campaign was always allowed. The ballot harvesting was always allowed. Numerous states, most states, it is legal to ballot harvest. Republicans are just like, well, we are honest, so we won't do that. And then Democrats were like, we're going to enact universal mail-in voting. Then we're going to go out and ballot harvest, and then we're going to win. Republicans were like, well, that would be dishonorable. That's the problem. The rules say ballot harvesting is okay. Republicans chose not to do it.
Dumb.
Yep.
If you don't take every option, or if you don't exploit every option that you have to collect votes, you're not serious about winning.
You're totally right. And you have to play by the same game and the same set of rules that your opponent is if you're going to beat them.
Yep.
Let's go. What do we have here? Jacob Hawley says, hey, Tim, I went to a play in Milwaukee. What the Constitution means to me, the crowd debated or argued from a classical liberal centrist position, and the lady in the crowd yelled, Republicans and people like you need to be eradicated. Holy cow.
I tell you what, man, comments like that make me laugh.
What is that like? Hey, let's check in on how the far left is doing today. Oh my God.
Yep. All right. Paps McGee says, hey, Tim, today's my birthday. Here in Arizona, I was gifted the best birthday present ever. I got to vote today. DJT MAGA, best birthday present ever. Love the show and keep kicking ass.
Let's go.
You know what I was thinking?
So back.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I was thinking
what a legend.
I was thinking about what Trump represents, and he really does represent a lot of the core ideals of the left of my youth. No new wars, protect the American workers. And I'm thinking about, like, when I was growing up, when I was a teenager, what was everyone complaining about? The wars. We shouldn't be there. We should be withdrawing. We should not be involved in this military policing around the world. There should be peace. We should be protecting our country and focusing on our problems. We should be protecting the auto industry. We should be like Michael Moore had that. His first documentary, I think, was with the auto industry.
Right.
And then Trump comes along and he represents all of that. And I'm like, yeah, you know, and other things for sure. But he really hits the head on the hits the nail on the head. And boy, does the modern left hate him.
Yeah.
It's kind of fascinating. A lot of hypocrites do too. Let's go. JF2 says, last year found cancer and went through a year of surgery and radiation. On St. Patty's Day, a year to the day, was on my first surgery. My wife's pregnancy test came back positive. We're both elated. Well, congratulations. What is this? Bitorn says, it's not squatting, it's breaking and entering, and a burglary in progress followed by extortion.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Well said.
Correct.
You need to have your society care about property rights badly.
It really, though, is what are the rules of the game today? The rules are not, I have a house and this man should not be in it. That's not the rules. The rules have been set. You can read them. The rules now are, if that lady, I don't recommend people do this, I'm just saying, if that lady got her daughter a lease, and then when that guy showed the cop the bill saying, see, I paid the bill, then the daughter could say, yeah, because he's the manager. He pays to fix things.
But
and then he kicked me out.
But even before that, you should be able to beat that person up, drag them by their hair outside the front door, and kick them on their way out, and that should be legal.
A burglar who is breaking into your home.
You should.
In most states, you are legally allowed to defend yourself because they entered your property, especially Maryland, which we describe as one of the evil seven in terms of self-defense laws.
Yep.
In Maryland, if someone illegally enters your home, you are allowed to use lethal force against them. And Maryland is not a good state. Now, I personally don't like the idea of using force against people, but I certainly don't recommend you just let someone break into your house and kill you.
Yeah, you
That
have to
being
allow
said,
something. I mean, for God's sakes, these people know those rules.
That being
That's why they're
said,
there.
call the police if you can. And in the instance of places like New York, you need to know the law beforehand and call the police because they have laws pertaining to these things. But my point always is, if you go into your house and there are strangers there, why would you call the police and say there are strange men living in my home instead of just saying someone broke into my home?
Because probably most women are like afraid of that. I'm telling you,
For
get
sure.
the protein shake stink bomb recipe and throw that in
Just
there.
Get regular
That'll
stink
for
bombs.
2 weeks.
Get regular stink bombs.
Can people do that?
I
you
would
can
say
throw smoke
call
grenades
your
in there.
lawyer first and foremost
true,
for doing
true,
literally
true.
anything.
Don't listen to
and
me.
Don't listen to Lisa.
Oops.
All right,
I agree.
let's read some more super chats. Get a Pair with Soli says, Serge, I hope you had fun reading the library of anarcho-kami books when we talked about a while back. God bless you, sir. Serge is the GOAT.
I don't know about that, but thank you. Yes, I've read quite a bit of it, but it's a lot, man. There's so much to read these days. But yeah, thanks, bro.
Gail Regulus says, Connecticut requires 15 years of uninterrupted residency to claim adverse possession. And I actually think 15 years is a good number. That's the right amount of time.
Wait a second. That's for you to own it, though, because I looked this up the other day.
Right.
New York is 3 years. I think New York and California is 3 years for that adverse possession. However, I don't know if everybody's the same on like being able to go to court. There's a certain those numbers differ.
Like what the statute of
like that's to own the house and then for it to be yours. That adverse possession, and it be yours and you can get a deed to it, like a quiet claim deed. I think it's not a quick claim, quiet claim, right? Anyway, not the point. The point is that there is like where you can't kick them out. Those are what is like kind of different per each state.
All right. Act Trooper says, Phil, I love your music. This
Cheers.
Calling is my favorite song. Thank you.
Yes. Cheers, man. Thank
I've
you.
never heard your music, Phil.
Really?
I don't think so. Not at least in years. I guess.
It's kind of like a.
We try to show her, but whenever we do, she plugs her ears and runs out of the room. I'm just like, what?
Do you like Taylor Swift? It's kind of similar.
Yeah. Same. Fine.
Yeah, when like the way Phil talks is not how he sings. He actually puts on this squeakier voice.
Very Mickey Mouse.
Very Mickey Mouse. You know.
On the long ride home, I'll listen.
Quick fun fact. I actually had I forgot. I told you this before. I forgot what song, but I had one of his songs as my ringtone when I was in like 8th grade.
I think it was This Calling you were talking about.
What do you think it was?
I think
This
so.
Calling. I'll remember. But
Are
yeah.
you simping for Phil right in front of me?
Oh, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Phil.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Audrey says, Tim, did you see Gutfeld last night? Comedian Vince August shouted you and Joe Rogan out as outlets more and more people trust over corporate news. I felt proud of that. Wow, shout out Vince August. I did not see that. We do the show and then I go to bed.
I forgot to mention that. My mom actually messaged me, and it was right after the show, and I just forgot to mention it.
I actually watch the 5 most days so usually it's like
funny.
Is Greg Gutfeld's so good.
Yeah.
He's too good.
Super talented.
And smart, and he's following everything.
I refuse to turn them on. Like I won't put Fox on ever. Just
Five is probably their best show.
I don't care.
Yeah. Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld are pretty good.
Jesse Waters got arrogant. I don't know. He
I don't know.
changed.
But then they have those two like sort of liberal people on the show, which they argue with.
Yeah.
But usually around 5 I'm eating is when I eat dinner, and so I usually have the 5 on, and it's usually Greg Gutfeld's great.
Yeah,
he's a smart guy.
So funny, dude.
I usually find that like the things I talk about in the morning are similar to what he's talking about on the 5.
Yep.
And so I'm like, this guy knows what's going on. He knows what's up. Yeah. Also, he's crushing it in the ratings. So
I like Dana
shout out.
Perino's dogs. Person. He's a cute dog.
All right, Gandalf the Based says, Tim, my dad is a retired cop. Just went back into the force. Used to train officers and tell them when to give, and when he gave them their badge, earn it. Couldn't sit back and watch from retirement any longer. Wow. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I think the thing people don't understand is that we are 4 years past the point where we're all like, these poor cops are under attack. We must defend them. And then we saw 800 cops resign from this department and 50 cops resign from this department and the entire department of this town has resigned. And now we're hearing stories about really, really advising the squatters, and then warning the homeowner in New York that if she takes any action on her own property, in her own house, she'll be arrested, despite the fact this person was just pulled out by the cops for being unable to prove he lived there. That's the craziest thing. Like, the cops come to your house and say, this man broke in, he has no proof he lives here, but you better not do anything to your property, otherwise we'll arrest you. And then she does, and they go, okay, now you're under arrest. Like, those are communists.
Yeah. I think the left is also. I mean, for a while they've gone after the leadership when it comes to police forces, the police chiefs, all that first. They're finally getting around to actually getting, their kind of obedient police officers in the police forces. The military is actually seeing something similar as well right now.
Let's grab a couple more before we get out of here. One evil chef says Obama's administration minted a $1 trillion coin to pay the Federal Reserve. This was to ceremoniously reduce the net. Wasn't that a satire article?
Yeah, they didn't actually do it. There were people that floated the idea of minting a $1 trillion coin, and then you would, I guess, give it to the Federal Reserve or something like that. I don't know exactly what.
Meaningless.
It was all a game essentially, but they did not actually mint the coin.
Player PJ says, Tim, what's the square footage of 450 million? Or are you saying 450 meters stacked to 5 feet in $100 bills? $450 million stacked to 5 feet in $100 bills. I have no idea. Does anybody know?
Is there a follow-up?
That's it.
I think
Is there a follow-up?
I think they're
super chat
referring
to
to
that?
what Trump is paying.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's like drop off like $1 bills.
Oh, right. In $100 bills? Yeah, do it in $1 bills. Do it in
Yeah,
pennies.
right.
We've got a bunch of garbage trucks full of pennies. We're going to bring them by.
It's like his buddy's garbage
Bring 'em to
company.
your
He's
bank.
talking about how great it is.
Caleb James says Trump should find a close, trustworthy, and rich friend to sell Mar-a-Lago to for the $464 million, proving it was worth that much to begin with. Then, when all this blows over, eventually he can buy it back. Love the show, Tim. Keep up the good work. Except that would probably cost like $3 million in fees nobody wants to pay to all the different companies involved in the exchange. And he would have to do it with a New York property that they claimed was devalued because the case wasn't over Mar-a-Lago. My friends, if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, head over to timcast.com, click join us, become a member, because this show is made possible thanks in part to viewers like you. And as a member, you'll get access to our members-only uncensored show coming up in about a minute. You don't want to miss it. And you can also join the Discord server, submit questions, and actually call in to talk to us and our guest. You can follow the show at TimCastIRL. You can follow me personally at TimCast. James, you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, well, thank you guys for having me first and foremost. And then, if you guys want to check out my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/James Klug. That's KLUG. Go over there and hit the subscribe button. Thank you guys.
I am Phil That Remains Official on Twix. No, I'm Phil That Remains on Twix. I'm Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. There you go. I got it right that time. The band is All That Remains. You can follow us on Apple Music, Amazon Music, Pandora, YouTube, the internet. And don't forget, the left lane is for crime.
I like that. You can find me at Lisa Elizabeth on Twitter. Make sure you tune in on Friday mornings to the Culture War at 10 a.m. We've got good guests. There's a good debate coming up on Friday. And then Nuance Pro and I started to play around with a little new YouTube channel. No nonsense. And Nuance, we'll see how it goes. We got a couple videos up so far, so tune into that too.
Right on. Happy to have you, Lisa.
Thanks,
for coming.
Serge. I'm happy to see you again.
Likewise. And James as well. I watch your YouTube. It's great to watch. It hits close to home, you know what I mean?
Appreciate
anyways,
you, Serge.
Yeah, of course. And all you guys, hope you get on the Discord. You can find it on timcast.com. Someone asked about it in the chat. Yeah, they'll take care of you. Cheers.
We will see you
Guys,
over
I'm
at
back.
timcast.com in about 1 minute. Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, so sorry about that, guys.
All right, guys. So as I've been telling you over the past few days or so, ever since we got the ruling from Judge Scott McAfee allowing Fani Willis to stay on the Trump RICO case, but she has to kick off Nathan Wade because of the odor of mendacity, aka she's a liar. Okay, however, the judge didn't have the stones, he didn't have the cojones to do the right thing. I've been telling you guys it's not over yet, okay, because there are going to be appeals. You have the Republicans who set forth this new law, this new motion that could investigate Fani Willis and remove her from the case. There are a lot of things that can happen moving forward to continue to delay this trial or to potentially get Fani Willis kicked off the case altogether. Now, my bet is that something will happen, okay? I don't know exactly what it's going to be. However, I don't think that this case is going to go to trial before the election, which is what they want, right? That's what she wants more so than anything, because the whole point of this case is not the legitimacy of the 2024 election by using the legal system to do so, right? This is lawfare against Trump. So Trump is fighting back, okay, with his own team of lawyers. I must say, I'm actually most impressed with this team of lawyers that he's put together when it comes to his Georgia case, because, again, they have successfully humiliated Fani Willis and forced Nathan Wade off the case, okay? They have permanently damaged her reputation to the point that she is a liability in regards to her staying on the case, and it could ruin it in the long run. But like I said, there's a lot of things they can do to continue to delay or to kick her off, and one of them is to appeal. And they have officially filed a motion to appeal in an effort to have her kicked off the case and have the case dismissed altogether. Take a look.
Filing to appeal tonight, former President Donald Trump and 7 co-defendants have filed a new motion against the decision to keep DA Fani Willis on the Fulton County election interference case. And tonight we're going to be digging into the new filing and how it may impact the timeline of the trial and the upcoming presidential election.
11 Alive's Teresa Bowles is live now from the Fulton County Courthouse. And Teresa, you spoke with a legal expert tonight about what happens next. What did they have to say?
Guys, I learned that it's possible this move could delay the progress of the case, but it doesn't have to. It all depends on what Willis decides to do and how fast she does it. Yet another hangup in the Georgia 2020 election interference case, an appeal.
The former president and his co-defendants have a right to ask to appeal the decision. They don't have a right to appeal it because it's before trial.
Georgia State University law professor Clark Cunningham says there's a process to this. To move forward, the defendants have to ask the judge to issue a certificate for immediate appeal and get it granted.
Then they have to persuade the Georgia Court of Appeals to take it.
Even if they all agree, Cunningham says it's still going to take time, so he suggests Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis start the trial as soon as possible because time is ticking.
If she loses the appeal, then she and her team are off the case. But there also is a new commission that the governor signed into law on the 13th that will probably start investigating her and has the power to remove her.
The other option is for Willis to take a leave of absence.
I think it's much less likely that the appeal would go forward, and it would greatly simplify things.
If not, Cunningham says if former President Donald Trump were to be elected again before the trial, he can go to federal court and ask for an order to put a stop to state prosecution as long as he's president. If he wins, then there will be a 4-year hold. Trump can't pardon himself for state crime, but the federal cases can go away. So everything is weighing on the Georgia case and the voters' eyes on the screens.
And all of us can basically sit in the jury box and watch the evidence as it comes in. That could make a huge difference. It could determine who our next president is.
Yeah, and again, that's the whole point, right? Is to help determine who the next president is going to be. They're trying to rig it in the favor of Democrats, of Joe Biden. And this is a part of that. So again, if you guys don't understand what needs to happen next, essentially, they are putting in a request for immediate appeal with the judge. Okay, we'll see if the judge has the stones to grant them that. And then we have to see if the appeals court will take the case. Meanwhile, Fani Willis, she could make her life a whole lot easier by putting her ego aside and simply just stepping back from the case, taking a leave of absence and letting her office move forward with it. Without her, And that would basically make it less likely that Trump's appeal will work. However, I don't think that's going to happen, okay, because I think Fani Willis has too much pride and ego to do that. Also, on top of that, she probably has people in her ear telling her, no, it's not your fault, okay? You are not responsible for your own actions because you're a black woman, and therefore you must get a pass on clear and obvious corruption and stupidity, really, because that's really what a lot of this was. On top of just corruption, it was just stupidity. So yeah, I don't think she actually thinks that she's in the wrong, okay? And because of that, she's probably going to stay on the case and keep moving forward with it, even if it puts the case in jeopardy, because her ego is too big. And one of the reasons why her ego is so big and why, she is not humbling herself and probably stepping back from the case, which would be best for the case altogether, is because of guys like this, right? Simps like this. Black men who basically coddle black women and their egos and don't hold them accountable for their actions, which I think is the reason why we have so many issues, okay, when you talk about the problems in the black community. A lot of it comes from the fact that, again, we allow black women to basically run our neighborhoods, and we never hold them accountable when they're wrong, okay? In fact, we embolden them by telling them that they're queens and that, they never do anything wrong and it's everybody else's fault and it's never their fault, right? And that's essentially what this guy is going to do. And he's a perfect example of what I call a weak man, right? A weak black man that is, again, part of the problem, right? Part of the reason why we're in the situation that we're in, because he's going to react to all of the criticisms against Fani Willis, and he's going to scream about racism and sexism instead of holding her accountable for the situation that she put herself in. So without further ado, let's get into it.
This Washington Post article is pointing out, Charles, that race is an ever-present source of tension in the case, and it highlights not just racial harassment and threats against her. The Post quotes one of Willis's senior deputies writing, quote, "We are both aware, especially as African-American women, some find it difficult to treat us respectfully." Trump's lawyer, Steve Sadow, described that email as, quote, "offensive, uncalled for, and untrue." But I want your read on what's playing out there.
Yeah, so again, these people have been playing a race card for the longest time, right? They was playing a race card when Trump's legal team was asking them to be professional about responding to emails, right? They was like, well, you can't talk to a black woman like that, right? This is what they did. You also have, Fani Willis in the church, okay, talking about how the accusations are against her because she's black, because Nathan Wade's a black man, playing a race card. Again, anytime you ask these people to be professional, right, or just to be normal human beings, or to try to hold them accountable for anything, again, they play the race card. It's despicable, it really is. And people are getting fed up with this, man. This trick is getting old, and it's not working anymore. Again, it's part of the reason why Trump is surging so much. It's part of the reason why MAGA is surging so much. People are sick and tired of the nonsense when it comes to the race hustling in this country.
I'm so glad you asked this question, Alex, because this entire ordeal with Fani Willis represents the intersection between race and gender in the professional space. And it highlights the fact that no matter how hard you work, if you are a woman, if you are a black woman, there are certain things that you will have to navigate that you would not have if you were a white man, for example. There is a level of privilege that is enjoyed here, and that's simply undeniable. For Steve Sadow, for as accomplished and respected an attorney as he may be, to simply scoff and dismiss that is a level of privilege to sort of overlook how these things play out in ways that he may not simply be able to see because of his own blind spots. At the end of the day, trying to understand parts of what it is to be discriminated against, what it is to face things that other people don't face. When you are not a part of a particular group, you give that group the benefit of the doubt. So if you're not a woman, you cannot necessarily tell a woman what is or is not sexism if you haven't necessarily experienced it. It's very difficult for you to call something not racist if you're not someone who's ever experienced what racism actually feels like. And so,
wow, incredible. Incredible. I mean, so many ignorant things. First and foremost, just because you're white, that doesn't mean that you haven't experienced racism, okay? White people can experience racism. I don't care what a woke revolutionary say. White people can, in fact, experience racism. In fact, I would say that if you're white and you're watching MSNBC, you probably do experience quite a bit of racism on a day-to-day basis, right? If you want to experience some racism as a white person, just watch MSNBC, okay? I'm just saying. Or put it this way, racist commentary, okay? Second of all, again, this is what they do in order to excuse this type of behavior. Basically, what he's saying is that, well, you cannot criticize anybody that is a so-called person of color or that is a woman if you're not a person of color or if you're not a woman, okay? You can't say that what they're saying is not racist or sexist because you are not them, okay? You don't have the characteristics that they have, okay? And because you don't have those characteristics, therefore, you can't say that Fonnie Willis is full of shit when she cries racism about the fact that people are calling her out about sleeping with the special prosecutor that she hired to after Trump and then paying him more money than everybody else, despite the fact that he's underqualified, okay? You can't say anything about that while she uses the race card to defend herself, right? So Fannie Willis is allowed to use the race card and say, well, you're racist for criticizing me. But you can't question that because she's a black woman, right? You're sexist because you're criticizing me, okay? And you can't defend that. You can't push back against that. Because again, she's a woman. You can't say, well, no, it's not sexism. It's because you are corrupt, because you got caught, essentially ruining a man's marriage, helping him cheat on his wife. No, it's not any of that. Okay, and see, this is the problem with these type of guys. They think they're helping black people, but they're actually hurting black people. He's really helping himself more so than anything, because again, this type of deflection, the racism, sexism deflection helps people like him. So when he F's up, because he's not qualified to be in a position that he's in. Okay, the only reason he's doing this segment is because he's black. That's it, right? There's no other reason why they have him up there, right? When he actually faces legitimate criticism, he can then throw out the race card and say, well, you can't criticize me unless you're racist, okay? But see, that actually really hurts black people in the long run because the general public can see how incompetent somebody like Fannie Willis is. I mean, she's so incompetent that she got 6 or so charges thrown out simply because they were too vaguely worded, right? She could not articulate why she was charging this individual and what specific crimes were committed in a way that allowed the defense to intelligently defend themselves. So the judge threw it out. I mean, she made a mistake that was so basic that even CNN was roasting her for it. That's the type of incompetence that we have here, okay? And that type of incompetence is an embarrassment towards black people. It makes black people look bad. It makes the next black person that's trying to get in that type of position of power that actually really is qualified, that is head and shoulders above all his peers, they're going to get questioned, right? Their credentials are going to be questioned and say, well, I don't think you're really qualified, right? Or they're going to say, well, you might be a diversity hire or you may be affirmative action, because we've seen black people that get into these positions of power, usually they're not very good, right? And again, that's the problem. But see, if you actually criticize Fannie Willis appropriately, like you should, if you come out here and you say, well, yeah, she ain't got no business on this case, she was stupid, what she did basically jeopardized the case, she's clearly unqualified, you get her ass out of there, you can actually really start to punish these individuals and get them out of positions of power that they don't belong in. That way, the next black person that comes up that tries to get in that position of power, they're probably going to be more qualified, okay? Because you're not going to stay in that position unless you're qualified. And there's going to be a lot more credibility behind that person. But allowing people like Fannie Willis to just get away with clear and obvious corruption, clear and obvious incompetence, it just makes black people look bad. It makes us look incompetent. It looks like we can't be in these positions of power. And the same thing goes for all these woke mayors, these black mayors that are running these liberal cities, okay? I mean, is it a coincidence that you got Eric Adams running New York into the ground, Brandon Johnson running Chicago into the ground, Karen Bass in LA, London Breed in San Francisco? Is it really a coincidence that you have all these individuals that have these similar characteristics, all Democrats, right, running these cities into the ground? You think that's good for the long-term prospects of so-called black people, so-called people of color trying to get into positions of power? I don't think so. I actually think it hurts black people in the long run. But again, guys like this are too stupid to realize it, okay? Again, I'm pretty sure this guy is the bottom in his relationship, right? I'm pretty sure this guy is definitely the submissive one in his relationship, no doubt.
While I do understand why Steve Sadow may have sort of been offended by it, at the end of the day, it truly is undeniable that the way that Fonnie Willis has had her reputation and her integrity challenged, and the manner in which this has gone on, has, from its very start, been fueled by white nationalism through the rhetoric of none other than Donald Trump. Look at his attacks.
Wow, incredible stuff, right? So again, it wasn't all the things that Fani Willis got caught doing, okay? She admitted to sleeping around with this guy. The judge, again, saw that way. She might have lied on the oath, okay? I mean, this woman clearly and obviously is in a position where there's some impropriety here. So we got to remove Nathan Wade, okay? If Fani Willis is so innocent, why did Nathan Wade have to go? If she's so innocent, why did the judge rule that Nathan Wade had to go or she goes? Again, is that white supremacy too? Is the judge a white supremacist? I'm just saying. Again, no accountability for Fani Willis whatsoever. Everything is Trump's fault. Well, it's white nationalism is the reason why her reputation got destroyed. Wasn't anything that she did. Wasn't her sleeping around with a married man, right? Throwing her fanny back, going on trips, paid for by taxpayer dollars. Wasn't any of that. Wasn't her incompetence. Again, this is silly, man. It's embarrassing.
On Alvin Bragg, look at his attacks on Letitia James, look at his attacks on Fani Willis, and contrast those to the things that he said about Jack Smith. One, they're attacking his professional acumen. The other is their humanity and their qualifications, which is a professional insult and very offensive. All of those things are rooted in white nationalism and speak to the very point that Fani Willis was making about that intersection of race and gender.
Wow, these are the worst type of guys. Again, it's guys like this, it's weak men like this. This is the downfall of society right here, right? This type of weakness, this type of simping for women who are clearly corrupt, who are clearly in the wrong. This is how we get the downfall of our society, okay? When they say weak men create hard times, this is the type of individual they're talking about right here, a weak man, because that's what this is. This is weakness. That's what this is.
Thank you for that well-spoken reality check. I appreciate you and all of that. Thank you, Charles Coleman.
Of course, she can't respond, right? She can't respond because she's a white liberal woman. So if she was to push back against that lunacy, she would be smeared as a racist, right? And that's basically the status quo on MSNBC, right? Bring these radicalized individuals on their network to spew all of these talking points while the white liberals listen and never push back on the insane race baiting statements that they're making that have no basis in reality whatsoever. It's really a damn shame the network that MSNBC has become. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
So this is the new Plunder Storm. It's in Arathi Basin. Arathi Highlands, I mean.
All hands on deck.
Plunder Storm, okay.
To see what ye sea dogs are made of.
Magic. Cool.
There be treasure awaiting.
Oh, whoa. That's cool. I did the same thing in Fortnite. Oh yeah, you get new rewards too, I'm assuming, right? Yeah.
The plunder and adventure's about to begin.
Okay. All right. So they made a longer term video for it, and we'll watch that. I do think this is the kind of stuff that Blizzard does need to do, but it probably took them too long to get this out. But at least it's out now. So this is the video they put out. I guess this is them talking about the game. Let's take a look at it. Here we go. Get ready for the Plunder Storm. Ooh.
Hey everyone, welcome to
Ninja,
WoW.
it's
We
not
have a very
Ninja.
exciting topic today, and with me I have two special guests.
Hi, I'm Orlando Salvatore. I'm a lead software engineer on WoW.
Hey, Bethany, happy to be here. I'm Jeremy Fiesel. I'm Associate Game Director on WoW.
So, what
I think that's
is
the
that
guy with the
black
green hair that
flag
made
on the
Pet
roadmap
Battles.
for 2024?
So when we were thinking about what we wanted to deliver to the players in 2024, what we ended up landing on was that we wanted to do something a little bit different than the things that we did previously in Dragonflight. So that's what we're here to talk about today.
Good.
It's a brand new event, and we're calling it Plunderstorm.
Okay.
It is a pirate-themed battle royale-inspired event that takes place entirely within World of Warcraft and is available for all active WoW subscribers.
That's
All that
crazy.
Said, what do we feel like is like
That's actually a very good decision. That like you don't have to have Dragonflight in order to play this. Hopefully, get like classic players to try it out too.
3 sentences that encapsulates the coolest parts about it.
So Plunderstorm is World of Warcraft's take on a battle royale. It's an action-oriented game that lets you customize your build and easily across every single match. You'll be able to start collecting abilities through chests and by killing monsters, even killing other players, all while trying to avoid a collapsing storm that is pushing players together.
I don't think anybody's done that before.
Crazy how time flies. When I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to life by accident. When your name's on, sounds like it's meant to be.
Dropping into the map and completing your starter quest, it gives you a bunch of rewards just for doing the usual things you do for the first couple of minutes.
Okay.
So no matter what, you should exit that map with a bunch of plunder, even if it's not the last person standing.
That's
so
good.
As we were thinking about what the best framework for this would be, it just came to us that, hey, it should actually be an event that feels like it's a little bit outside of the main system. So we've talked and we riffed about, hey, what would be the best theme for an event like that? We landed on pirates.
Who doesn't love pirates?
Because who doesn't love pirates? It's a fun theme, but also there's all these different pirate crews around Azeroth.
I think that they could do it with a lot of different things. Like they could do it with dwarven clans, like gladiator stuff, orcs and humans.
You gotta ask yourself the question: if you're not the hero of Azeroth,
Right.
what are you doing on a day-to-day basis? So we're gonna actually track some of our civilian NPC friends and play as those characters as one of the pirate crews within Azeroth that isn't the hero of Azeroth.
Okay.
All of that came together to give us this theme of Keglig's crew and the pirate crew plundering these relics that are being transported across the Highlands.
What will players see when they jump into this new event?
When players enter this new event, they're going to notice that a lot of their core things that they're used to in World of Warcraft are different. When
Good.
they get into the main menu, they'll have a brand new option available to them, which is the Plunderstorm button. They click on that
Wow.
takes them to a separate menu.
Holy shit. So this is like a whole new thing. Look at this. Wow. They put a lot of work into this.
And their friends list, and they'll be able to invite players to their party all through the main menu. Normally you need to go into the game to invite another player into your party. But through Thunderstorm, you're actually inviting them through the main menu.
Yeah.
Once you're partied up, or if you want to go
every game has that. That's
solo,
good.
kill
Kill the chicken. Drop cheese.
One of the coolest things about designing is figuring out where we can bring the rules. TLDR, when you're thinking about picking up things as an app, you no longer need to use an sense for your character and everything associated with your character. All of your armor sets, and all of your weapons and everything that you collected over the battle pets, and your 36 different abilities doesn't necessarily translate directly into the same format of
Great point. It's a very good point. Yeah, true. They know. Yeah.
So, as Jeremy mentioned, there's definitely brand new abilities that normally you wouldn't see on classes. Because when you're thinking about developing a warrior ability,
Let's do this.
Sure.
Well, this you don't have building.
My theurgy. I think I can use it now.
Now where to strike?
Okay, cool. So it's like a MOBA.
One step at a time.
Great idea. Smart. Yeah. But why? Yeah.
I've got this.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on?
I'm ready to strike.
I'm very happy right now. I'm very happy. Right.
What's the plan here? There we go. What in trouble?
No.
Uh-huh.
I have to do this. Help me! Ew! Hey, that's just unfair! Curry knocked down 2 enemies! Just pull the trigger.
Somebody says this is disguised.
I won't lose.
It's actually testing feedback and changes for the real game.
It didn't work?
I fucking hope so.
That's a weakness.
Because
Nice, you
this is
Curry-chan.
what the game has needed for such a long time. This is it. Thank God. Let's
Not
hope.
that.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Sure. Got it.
So the way it works is you have all of those and also
Give me the cover.
Yeah.
You've struck a weakness.
I think that they should allow people to queue into duos as solo players if they want to. Like, you should be able to, you know how, like, for example, like in COD, you're
Let's
able
go!
to, like, solo queue squads? You can. Okay, then, yeah, there you go.
Does it work?
I'm ready. Wind isn't good on this one. You'll have to try something else. Analysis complete.
WoW players hate it.
Shall I move to strike? This will do the trick.
You're just giving them drum.
Persona! No!
Oh, my heart.
In this situation, help me! Ew! No way! Yukari-chan knocked down 2 enemies! You take it from here.
All right. I'll go with.
Wow.
Come!
Cool.
You hit a weakness.
That's...
Give me the cover.
Her leader took one out.
Yeah, sure. I get that.
I've got this.
Sonata-senpai's charmed. Can you help him? How about
That's
six?
crazy. So they just decided to try to make the game mode fun.
Last
Wow,
one. Don't hold back.
One enemy defeated. Good going, Kirito-senpai.
it's gonna be actually telegraphed.
What's the plan?
Unlike the raid mechanics, which are like, you know, 5 different versions of red, and so you don't really know what's gonna happen. Yeah, these are actually telegraphed. Okay, that's great. Yeah, this is good to see.
Let's use this and regroup. I have to do this.
Yeah.
Chinese characters. By the way, I can now translate back in. Try it. Just
Is this like a battle pass or something? Great.
No.
Don't mind if I do.
I mean, these look nice. I mean, this is a really
This
cool
will do the trick.
transmog. That looks awesome. Yeah, that looks really cool.
Persona! No mercy! Adieu. Child's play.
I don't know if a mount like that fits in the classic WoW. I feel like that's way too much, personally. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
Hold on!
Oh, for Wrath? Oh, yeah, who cares? Yeah, at that point, yeah, who cares?
In this situation,
Wait, 1 second.
No. I'll go with.
So I will be go and on.
Fortuna!
So strong.
Sonata-senpai's panicking!
The best bet would be.
Outside.
So there's no add-ons?
Outside.
What a great
Sure.
idea. Yep. Wow. How about that?
I missed.
Bring her in here.
It's spinning. Let's use this.
Now. Oh, bring her in here.
All right.
Somebody asked why is it only the reason why it's only an
Senpai, this is addressed.
to release it and then
I'll
figure
use
out
this.
how it's good and how it's bad. And then after they do that, they're gonna fix it. Because like I bet whenever I play it, it's gonna suck in some ways, so they're gonna have to make it better.
What is this, you
Like,
will?
it's just a small negative.
Sonata-senpai's panicking!
What to do? Never mind.
Keep it up, everyone! What's wrong with me?
So, what do I think about this? I actually think that this.
All enemies
That's
defeated!
about what I expected.
Get out of there!
Like,
That's her controller and that's
So, I don't really know this, but like the premise of this and the goals that they have.
Filling out your game.
This is a huge W. Because if you think about all the things that I've been talking about with Complicated, there's too many buttons. There are too many things happening.
Filling out your game.
You need to have a million different add-ons.
Filling out your game.
This
Get in
solves
here.
literally every single one of those problems. That's crazy. Yeah, that's actually really good. 3-button dungeons, yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't even know what to say. The chances are the Expelbrate devs help. That's why it's fun. Well, yeah, because they acquired, I think the studio was called Proletariat about 2 years ago. So World of Warcraft players are some of the source players in the world. I mean, some of them are. It's just not all of them. Biggest mistake is revealing is a sneaky bush. Now everyone will be aware of it. That's actually a good point. How could it be that they have a Spectre mode in raid fights whenever you die?
Not that.
Don't forget to greet the boss driver. Don't know if this will be good. Meaning of suits. Here's an idea. My kid loves the Fortnite game. Can we make WoW do that? Yeah, I mean, I remember I said they should have done this like what? Fucking like 5 years ago or something like that in BFA. So I'm glad that they're finally doing it. This is something that probably should have happened a long time ago, but I'm just glad that it's happening now. Thunderstorm sounds more like your current business model. Hopefully they're using this to test new tech for the game overall. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. You know, they just canceled the game they had in development. There's nothing new coming out for the next 2 years yet. We'll see what happens. Obvious. This is the dude that made Island Expeditions. Keep that in mind. Island Expeditions were good. The reason why Island Expeditions were bad was because you had to do them. And they never got iterated on or improved. So, whenever the game first came out, Island Expeditions were fine. It's the same as Torghast. So, Blizzard had this problem where they took new content and they made players have to do it. And because players had to do it, then people hated it. But if Torghast was optional from the
Stop.
Islands were optional
Don't shut the game on. Cause you're doing stuff on purpose.
So, like, it really wasn't the content itself, because it's the same as like pet battles, right? Some people like them, some people don't. But you don't need to do pet battles in order to do the raid. And people can just be like, yeah. And so that's really what the problem was.
I think my visual field has expanded a little. Maybe I've gotten used to this.
The content no one asked for, landlocked pirates with no boats. Well, this is a good start. They made PvP less sweaty. Yeah, because nobody can get into WoW PvP nowadays. Like, it's insane. Are you sure WoW even supports 60 people on the same map? Yeah, of course they can. There's not 17 different calculations happening.
Oh my gosh.
In a fraction of a second. So, did not expect this. Yeah. Well, let's look at how people are responding to this on the subreddit. A prophet from 2018. This is what happened whenever Blizzard taking their sweet time to release a game instead of hitting whatever it's hot. By the time Blizzard releases Heroes of the Storm, the MOBA genre is pretty much declining. Now the Battle Royale, latest, hottest and popular genre, I don't see Blizzard doing anything to eat that pie. I guess they most likely are busy trying to reinvent the wheel. By the time they came out with a new, unique Battle Royale Blizzard game, most likely Battle Royale fad has died off, and Blizzard is only at the starting line. Oh my god. Well, they're not happy about that. Are people hyped for it? Well, let's read and see. Okay, but consider this. What's this? A Battle Royale in Warcraft? This was 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I remember I was saying that they should do this too. Like, I remember I used Duratar as an example. Actually, let me read some of the comments about this. I do think that they're right that Blizzard moves too slow on stuff. They're definitely right about that. Is it only a 3-week event? Well, it's a 3-week event, but they've clearly invested a lot of time and money into doing this. So you can expect to see more things like this happen in the game in the future. Great thought. You guys don't have to play the new Battle Royale. You know, negativity surrounding this. Well, do you want to know why there's a lot of negativity surrounding this? I'm going to explain why. The reason why is because the only people that are left playing WoW are the really hardcore players that are super dedicated. And the game is turned into a sweaty lobby simulator. And because it's turned into a sweaty lobby simulator, well, guess what happens? Actual content to the game, they're mad about it because that's not what they're for. WoW has done a great job at alienating every player.
That might prove to be a difficult fight.
The amount of negativity surrounding it,
Stay on guard!
How should I kill
Oh, I fine. Are you fine, bro?
150, yeah, 4 to 5 is one. Like, that's crazy. I don't like this. I don't like the idea that like because WoW players cry about things that they're automatically wrong for the things that they're crying about. No, I think actually WoW players do know what they want, and there has been a lot of positive feedback for a lot of things. Like for example, dragon riding. People have been pretty much universally positive about dragon riding. People were universally positive about the quest experience in Dragonflight. People were pretty much universally positive about the different world events that happen.
What's the plan
people
here?
Were universally positive about
Persona.
I would say like,
The enemy's down.
Now's your chance.
I'll slice you to pieces.
Hey!
Oh,
Stop! Turning off the games.
Great, yeah. Like, I feel like this,
What to do?
This isn't really true. This is something that, like, WoW defenders say in order to, like, invalidate actual complaints that people have. Yeah, a lot of WoW players are, like, really happy about a lot of stuff. Feels like more of a fun addition than a hardcore mode. And
I want to finish. I am beer street dad. I'm burning.
So like the moment that a game dies and people like that's why for example like whenever
How's everyone feeling?
Isn't a big player base in like a free-to-play like pay-to-win game, then the whales stop playing too because whales need plankton to eat, and if the whales don't have the plankton, then they go extinct. And this happens if you don't have a character that's like rewarding.
That was a critical hit.
People that are like really serious and like really good at the game. What you're gonna have is
Time to hit.
that person
Leader,
is gonna get
can you
smaller
hear
and
me?
smaller over time, and
I'm
it's
ready.
gonna eventually go away.
Penthesilea.
I'm so just watching. I
Enemy is amazing. I'll use this.
I don't think that anybody really thought that.
I'll go with.
I just watched the video, but else.
You hit a weakness.
People are still playing Fortnite. It's kind of a bad example. Bad example in like 5 different ways. In what world have VR games died off?
Gonna use an item.
Warzone, PUBG are some of the most popular games in the world. VR is massively popular.
You struck a
If I pull
weakness.
this up and I look at it,
One step at a time.
this is a VR. This is a VR.
Better
and
use
then
this.
one. So like some of the top games are all battle royale.
You struck a
So like
weakness.
how are we
This
really
one's
gonna say
Sonata
this is like
Senpai.
a dead genre? People like battle royale, and also another
Kirijo
reason why
Senpai's
people
down.
like them
Someone do
is
something.
because
Huh?
they're easy to get out of.
Now I've done it.
Like they're very fast, and you don't need to have like a
This
lot
will
of
do the
prior
trick.
knowledge in the game.
Do it. Penthesilea.
Jump in, jump out. Yeah, it's that simple. Battle royale is brain hard.
Now.
Really?
Now's
Because
your
I
chance.
really like battle royale.
Here we
I think
come.
they're really fun.
Executed.
One of those things where it's the popular thing, so people dislike it. My personality is not disliking popular things. Okay, guys. I like Fortnite. Fortnite's a great game. I think PUBG is a great game. I think Warzone was a great game. I don't know how it is now. Yeah, I think it's great. It's like people are just like are like kind of reflexively against it.
Crushing
Popular
victory.
amongst like kids, and they're like 29, so they're like, oh, I don't like this anymore. I'm so upset about Heroes of the Storm. It was a fun game they abandoned way too early. No, like everybody says this about Heroes of the Storm, but the truth is that Heroes of the Storm was a completely dead game and nobody was playing. And before somebody says I was, like, who cares about that? Like, there's like millions of people out there that aren't. Like, and you look at how big. Like,
We don't
League of
see
Legends
that
is
type
and
of
how big
enemy
Dota was,
often.
and Heroes of the Storm wasn't even growing. Like, it wasn't gonna pop off. Like, that was it. The MOBA scene
That
is
one's
dead.
special.
Like,
Take it
we
down if you
know that
can.
Dota are the MOBA game. Until somebody
Let's
totally
stay
reinvents
focused.
what a MOBA is, it's not gonna happen. Just play Dota 2. Yeah, exactly. Dota is big. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, it was big then, and yeah, it is still big. I couldn't get into VR until I tried Naraka Bladepoint. Yeah, that's a pretty popular game. Let's see here. All-time, I'm the one of the all-time worst PvPers ever. So I'm going to apologize preemptively to whoever's important to that to me. Nice tour. I have no idea what it means.
I'm ready.
All very
What's that?
They're trying new things. Yeah, this is a great. That's a great thing to say.
Penthesilea.
I think this is awesome that they're adding stuff like this.
Kirijo Senpai knocked one enemy down.
Of all things, it's
Time
not
to
it.
Shit.
Articles about Blizzard, 140 renown levels. I want to try something new, but it's not a cup of tea.
I'll go with.
Yeah, I mean, this actually seems like a lot of people are kind of positive about it. Yeah, I was expecting more negativity, but this is actually pretty good.
Excellent.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Don't you dare run.
yeah. Spellbreak was shit. Yeah, I never
What
played
to
the game.
do?
I'm not sure about that. YouTube is mostly negative, like 80% strike ratio. YouTube is? Yeah, but like YouTube
Focus.
is... Like most YouTube commenters make comments before they even watch the video. It's amazing how impressive you guys are. It's like 8 years too late. Excited to play it tomorrow.
Here.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
With an action bar, definitely built for console players to drive new players to retail.
Now then,
wrestling. Well, like, isn't
let's
that a
get
good
back
thing?
to work.
Yeah,
That
like,
chat.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I think that's what they should do. Yeah, like, they should be doing that. Also, that belly with Performance VR? Not really, but yeah. Did you hear the rumors from early testers that Diablo 4 Season 4 is gonna be massively improving the game? Oh, for sure, they're gonna fix it.
Yo.
Checks the Twitch category for how many people are playing. Well,
There's no room for
You know,
carelessness. Stay alert.
I'd say this is really good. Like, everybody's playing the game. Everybody's trying it out. Holy shit. Yeah, it's not out on EU. Yeah. Well, that would probably, to be
Shadow
fair,
up
that would
ahead.
probably increase the
You
viewership.
taking it out?
Always be mindful of your...
Because I'm gonna play it, that's why. It's all around me, yeah, exactly.
Three enemies
We have the
detected.
advantage.
We got the upper hand.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, I'm about to try it
I'll
out.
do
Like,
this.
I'm reading some of the comments and everything. I'll look at, like, what people are saying about it on Wowhead, and then go from there.
Shall I move to strike?
Okay, let's see here. All Thunderstorm rewards.
Go for it. Penthesilea.
Thunderstorm Earth. Catch and Mount
Now's the
rewards.
time.
Let's see, so what do they give you? So this is the crab, and so they give you this little crab, and then you also get
Nicely done,
Knocked
Takeda.
out 2 enemies.
Cool.
What next?
Okay.
You take it from here.
Sure.
Pretty cool looking mount too. Okay. Dragonfly
Looks like you can target a weakness.
Override.
The enemy lines are on a roll.
Get ready.
How to play it. Okay.
Now finish you.
Okay, so what did people in the comments say? 300 comments. What in the question mark? PvP Hog. This actually sounds awesome. What the fuck? Who asked for this? Who thought this was a good idea? I did.
Good teamwork, everyone.
Like, I'm
now
gonna
on
give,
to the
like,
next.
Before I even try it out, I'm gonna give my opinion on it, and like on what
We're heading up the.
I think of, like the concept of it, right? Like obviously I don't know if it's good or not because I haven't tried it out, but like for the concept of it, I think this is an incredibly great idea, and Blizzard should have done this 5 years ago.
There's a shadow.
The biggest problem with retail WoW right now is that it's too complex.
I'll start
and there's too
preparing
much
the
going on.
analysis.
This solves every
Items
one
can
of
be a
my
good way
problems.
to
Like,
strike
if I were to look
weaknesses.
at, like, think about it like this.
Will this work?
Problems I have with WoW.
Got it all mapped out.
Complicated. Item bloats. Everything bloats.
Who's gonna win this?
Too many spells. Hard to understand.
Don't mind if I do.
Telegraph.
2 enemies down.
Every one of those problems.
You're up, leader.
Oh, another one.
Sure.
I'm
It
still
solves
setting up.
every single
It'll
problem.
take a little more time.
So yeah, I think this is huge. As much as getting
I'm ready.
getting old, guys. This all started when he couldn't get the sword. Let's be honest. You think that's it? Yeah. Before I try it out and give my opinion on it, God, I'll just go. Well, yeah. I'm giving my opinion on like the idea of doing it. Like I don't know whether the concept is actually like. So basically, there are a lot of things that are really good in practice, or sorry, really good in concept but bad in practice. What I'm saying is that I'm talking about the concept of it. I massively support the concept of it, and I think that WoW needs to go more in this direction in a general level. It needs to be more like this overall. Persona! So that would be executing concept poorly. Yeah, there's a lot of concepts that Blizzard tries to do.
Come on, ladies, you're on a roll!
Like, for example, I think Torghast. Torghast is
Don't you dare run!
You're finished! Expedition. Great concept, poor execution. So, I can go back and talk about the positives with Island Expedition or the positives with Torghast. Now, is that the problem with the content fundamentally? No. But that's it.
Doing pretty
Torghast was
well.
done poorly. It was horribly done. Yeah, basically, Warfronts. Yes! Warfronts were the best example. Dude, I remember
This floor
I
has
was
been
so
fully
fucking
explored now.
excited, dude.
Good work,
The
everyone.
moment that in
All right,
the
let's head to the next floor.
18, 17, Warfronts.
Prepare yourself.
Bro, the
My
moment
gear,
they
G.
brought up
I
the
think I can
talent
use it
tree
now.
and the tech tree.
Got it all
This is
mapped
the
out.
way to go.
I was like, I was so fucking excited. I'll be right back. I was watching complicated, maybe because you're always getting carried. It's gonna be ability.
Shall I move to strike?
It's hard to get into. Too much.
Persona!
Way too much. Complicated for new players, yeah.
Kirito-senpai knocked one enemy down.
Fuck no, it's a joke. It's a baby.
I'm ready to
game.
strike.
You literally just sit there and listen to DBM tell you what to do.
What's the plan here? Persona!
No, I'm talking about new players, average people.
Kirito-senpai
Now's your
knocked one
chance.
enemy down.
I got it. What to do?
Fortuna!
Nice one, leader. Get ready.
You're finished!
Let's do the same thing for our next fight. I can't believe this. Huh?
Best intro. Yeah. I think second one is Elden Ring.
Hmm.
There's a powerful enemy ahead. Think twice before engaging.
That shadow looks way too strong.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
I'm reminded of how you can...
A rare enemy. It'd be great if we can defeat it.
I'm beyond ready. Shall I move to strike? Do it! Penthesilea!
That's it! Enemy down!
I'm ready to strike! May I?
I got it. What to do? I missed. Just what the doctor ordered. Now let's finish. Don't pull any punches. Justice is served. Just like we planned. Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
There's a shadow!
This shouldn't be a problem.
You have a skill that can hit a weakness.
Get him!
That's it! Enemy down! Leave it to me!
You're up, leader! Got it.
You can hit a weakness with this!
Nice one, leader! Let's do it.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
That chest looks like it's worth opening.
Oh, stairs! Oh, there's a treasure chest!
I don't know.
I shouldn't say this out loud, but does anyone else feel super refreshed?
Careful. The enemies... This teleporter takes us to the entrance. I'd appreciate a chance to regroup.
Yurijo-senpai looks really worn out. Would you consider heading back?
What the fuck?
We found the stairs.
I can find this kill him.
Powerful enemy spotted!
So I mean, this will work itself out, right? Okay, so he's dead, yeah.
Good day.
All right.
Are you accepting a request?
Wait, what the fuck am I doing?
Wonderful. Very well.
No, it's. I think I have a mod on or something like that.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Reinstall game? Yeah, I guess I have to get it fixed. Oh yeah, it is Daughter's Ass, because I remember this guy, and you fought him in like Anne Orlando or something like that.
Ah, fusion,
Okay.
is it? Well then,
Give me a minute.
shall we take a look?
So, wait a second.
This would be a wise choice.
I don't know what the fuck that was. Some weird ass fucking face. Alright, hopefully it works.
This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful.
Okay, let's find out. Yeah.
This persona is powerful. This persona is powerful.
Skipped intro? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I thought we had seen it before.
Registering personas?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've
Is
played,
overriding acceptable? All
I
registered.
don't know how this is done. Use firebombs? No, I don't even fuck around with that.
Please
Mouse and
take a look.
keyboard? Yeah, I do everything with mouse and keyboard.
Does that persona catch your eye? Please take a look. This persona, yes? This persona is. Please take a look. This persona, yes? This persona, yes? Please take a look.
Things are going pretty well.
Please take a look. You are already carrying that one.
Every time you die, I'm doing one attempt. Nope. Don't want to hear about it. We gotta make up for lost time.
Registering personas? Is overriding except I've completed registration. Very well. Are you in search of new power?
What kind of persona do you desire? Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. Take all the time you need to consider. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. Take all the time you need to consider. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. 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 Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine.
This would be a wise choice. This would be a wise choice. What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a fair...
So it begins. Very well. We look. Oh, hello.
And that's how it's done. You got it.
Other forces, you say? Yourself.
How are you doing?
Get tired.
Everyone, attention please. I have an announcement regarding the recent Bay Area art contest. Hiraga-kun's painting was selected for consideration in the final round.
Huh?
Wow!
Your piece was really good. You might even win.
please. It's all thanks to my paintbrush. I was lucky to use my dad's quality raccoon hair one. It really helped apply the paint to the canvas. So I'm sure that's the only reason the judges even noticed. Thank you.
You should have more confidence in yourself. You've been practicing so hard.
She's right. Everyone knows how late you stay.
Thanks, guys. But I should be supporting all of you, not the other way around. I'm sorry. I should be setting a better example for new members like you. I may not be much of an artist or a leader, but I hope we can keep working to improve our skills together. I've come this far. I might as well continue this for as long as I can. Oh, look at the time. Time to head home, everyone. How do I convince him?
Why am I... I feel kinda weak.
Your breathing is impaired, and your lips are pale. Did you get enough sleep last night? And what do you usually have for lunch?
Now that I think about it, I didn't eat breakfast today.
Mm-hmm. I see. Just as I thought. Looks like anemia. Probably from an unbalanced diet. It must be all the fast food. I recommend adding more shellfish to your diet like oyster and abalone. They're packed with iron and easy to cook. Don't call me that. This is just common sense. Being the son of a doctor doesn't have anything to do with it. I'll take him to the nurse's office. You guys should head on home.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
So dance, if you wanna go ahead. Free to do whatever, I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever like is, we gon' flow with the set. Hey, 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 So dance. If you wanna go ahead, free to do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed. I'm out in my biz, so mind your own biz. Whatever life is, we gon' flow with the set. Hey, 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 feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we're inspired, but never expires. But we gon' chill today. Let me rock the world tomorrow, you know.
Oh. All right. So the other day, I recommended the novel I'm reading to a classmate. I don't talk to her much, but at the time we were discussing a movie we'd both seen. She wasn't too keen on the recommendation and turned me down, though. It was because the series looked hard to get into. There are so many volumes. Presentation? You mean like talking in front of a group of people? Interesting. So, you think I should have slides or something to go with it? I could probably show them in a room with a projector or... Wait, that's not what you meant, is it? Recommending something to someone is a really tricky thing, huh? Well, thank you anyways. I appreciate you showing interest in that book. Okay, I think I'll read a little further myself. Whew, I finished the whole thing. Time flies by so quickly. Well then, good night.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth. I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. 2 this time, I believe. Please swiftly and safely conduct a search and rescue. Goodbye now.
I must so. I think I am done for today. Could we go somewhere to eat after this? Merci. That means a lot to me. There is something I need to talk to you about. Hello, where do I begin? I'm afraid I might have to go back home soon. The only reason I was able to come here was because of my aunt. But my uncle did not agree with the decision. Get home now, maintenant. Is he my uncle or the mafia? If I do return home, back to my uncle, I might never come back to Japan again. Do you mean it? I would love to stay. I want to dedicate my life to learning everything about Japan. Except, it does not matter what I say to him. I cannot afford to live here without my uncle's help, and I have gotten to know you well. I cannot simply say, I'll be back, and leave you like this. It's almost time to say, I'll be back. Then I'll see you at the club sometime.
I see you're back.
Hey! Thanks. Alright, this should be enough. There was a program on TV the other day showing how to make tender chicken breasts. Slice against the grain, marinate it in sauce, and then cook gently at a low temperature. I'm gonna reclaim my pride today. Just you wait. Have a little faith. I did some serious research, you know. I'll show you what I'm really made of. Just forget about last time, okay? So, we have to wash our hands first, and then you're in charge of the rice and veggies. Mmm, so tender and juicy. Way better than last time. See? This is what I'm capable of. I knew I could do it if I tried. I can tell you like it too. That look on your face says it all. I couldn't help but laugh when you started wolfing it down. Oh, but you didn't actually say yum. Anyway, let's eat up. We still have cleaning to do after this. Excuse me?
No way.
Excuse me. What a relief. Not too many people come here at this hour. This time of day is perfect. So, there was something I needed to ask you. Thank you. So there's this friend I have. She's a girl. And well, there's a boy who's been helping her a lot recently. Like giving advice on her problems, looking over her homework, that kind of thing. She even told me that lately, she can't stop thinking about him. So I was wondering, is she in love right now? Yes, you're right. Now that I think about it, maybe it was actually just admiration and respect. I do tend to get swept up in my own thoughts without stopping to question anything. That's a bad habit of mine. But it is a relief, though. I mean, I won't end up giving my friend the wrong advice now. Thank you. With your help, I think I know how I should tell my friend now.
I didn't mean to give her that kind of to be like. She has feelings. Nothing.
Sorry for asking you about such a weird topic.
Falling for him. I am.
Senpai. Well, should we get going?
Oh, welcome back.
So dance if you wanna go ahead. Free to
Yes. Just from looking at a single jab, you can tell how different everything is at the top level. And not only are both fighters strong, I get that. The essence of boxing is to land hits without getting hit yourself. I tend to rely on footwork in my matches too. But someday, I'm hoping to master the style of infighting. Now that I'm watching these again, I can see there's a lot to learn. Man, watching those guys fighting is making it hard for me to sit still. You want to head to my room and wail on the punching bag for a bit?
It's amazing commodity! Good, good. Not bad, kid. Thanks, but...
Marvelous. I'm looking forward to it. If I may say so. I have a request. Of course. But very well. Aim. Very well then.
You need something. We got some fine goods here. Why, thank you. Why, thank you.
Now you're here.
Good to see you.
Uh-huh. What'll it be? Got some new things in stock. Check it out if you've got the time. Having second thoughts? All done here? What do you got? Wanna sell in bulk? Alright, I'll take that. All done here? Come back soon.
Thanks. You got everything you need? Thanks.
Wonderful. How embarrassing. You have my thanks. Very well, then.
Morning. Yeah.
Let's get on with today's lesson.
Correct.
Yo! All right. All right.
Hey, sorry to bother you, Fuka. It's okay. I was hoping you could do me a favor. With your skill, I mean. I was doing some research on our school and I came across something strange. 10 years ago, a lot of students stopped coming to school for some reason. They were reported as absent at the time, but I found some records that suggest otherwise. Do you know anything about it, Fuka? Me? Not really. I know it was a long time ago, but doesn't it seem suspicious to you? From what I've heard, this isn't the first time shadows have appeared. Wait, are you saying... I don't know, but I do wonder. And I'm not trying to make trouble or anything, but Kirijo-senpai acts kinda weird whenever someone brings up Tartarus. Does she? I just want... I understand. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back. I see.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Let's give this our best shot.
Uh-huh. I think my visual field has expanded a little. Maybe I've gotten used to this. Oh, there's a treasure chest!
That chest.
It looks dark over there, so please watch your step.
Oh, that's annoying. It'll be hard to spot shadows like this.
A shadow! I won't miss my chance.
Wind is the way to go!
What next? Ew! Nicely done,
Knock
Takeba.
one down!
Leader, go for it!
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Persona.
Yes! This is your chance for an all-out attack!
Get ready.
There's no escape! Don't you dare run!
You're finished!
Bye.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
I like half-assed my tired. This is crazy. Oh.
There's a shadow. Hit him hard and fast.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Got it all mapped out.
Try using an item to hit their weakness.
This'll do the trick.
Good work, Akihiko.
Don't pull any punches.
Don't you dare run!
Justice is served. This is over. That certainly went well.
Oh, can we go up those stairs?
Best to stay on your toes here.
Hey, there's a treasure chest. Why don't we go to karaoke sometime?
Follow my lead.
Tired. The chores all day.
Oh, I think you have an item that can target the enemy's weakness.
This'll do the trick.
Sonata-senpai knocked an enemy down!
You're up, leader!
You can hit a weakness with this!
Come, Persona!
It's
all you.
Roger that! Pull the trigger! Persona!
Nicely done,
Finish it
Takeba.
with a bang! Here we go! This is the end!
Audio's not muted at all. Yeah, not him. Saying the kids are crazy.
Yes, we did it!
Baby's definitely ready for bed.
That certainly went well.
Baby is ready for bed. So much. Instead of doing chores all day. And then I had this. I think earlier that I had it. I left for like a couple hours. I had on BRB.
There's a shadow.
Is that?
Yeah. The baby is losing her mind.
Yes.
I'm calling here for now. My kid's going nuts. Good night. I hope you can hear me, because my thing says my mic's working. Good night, buddy.